Durka Allah, Muhammad Jihad. Bakalah, Muhammad Jihad. Bakalah, Muhammad Jihad, Allah, Durka, Muhammad Jihad, Muhammad Jihad.
Oh, shit. Come on, Gary. Act. You have the power.
Bak, Durk Allah. Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Haka Sherpa, Bakalah. Oh, Durka.
Why is everyone so fucking stupid? Why aren't more people intelligent, like me? I'm so lonely and sadly alone. There's no one, just me only, sitting on my little throne. I work very hard and make up great friends, but nobody listens, no one understands. Seems like no one takes me seriously, and so I'm lonely, a little lonely. Poor little me.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
Ain't any last wishes? I was referring to you.
Not that the chains aren't a hot look. But no. I'm not gonna straddle you in front of all these guys.
What if I killed all of them first?
I'm just taking over where God left off.
If you really believe that, then you should clone yourself.
So I can understand your unique perspective.
No. So you can go fuck yourself.
Don't look too closely, then I'll see right. Defy me once and I'll be out of sight. Say and think I'll be nice. I'd rather fight and be the one despite.
All right, kids, good morning and welcome to another exciting episode of the original Red Pill Show. Today is Hump Day. It's Hump Day Wednesday, March 18th, 2020. This show is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Please use at your own risk. This show is copyrighted by me and Freedom Revolution Network. No part of it can be reused, rebroadcasted in any way, shape, or form without my written consent, or you could just ask. I could really give a shit. Finally, this show is opinionated, the host especially. Melissa, the co-host, slash owner, slash interviewer, slash whatever. People that are naughty in the chat room, guess whatever, are and always will be opinionated. Under no circumstances whatsoever should opinions be taken as advice. If you're seeking professional advice, we strongly encourage you to hire a licensed and required person in his or her field there, old Tommy. Hey, man. No, that's his name. Wake up. Broadcasting live from the wonderful town of Loveland, Colorado, where everybody's filing for unemployment. Get ready. I don't know how you even want to start this today. Every time I pick up my phone, there's just more bad news going around. And I don't know. I think we need to share, but I also think we need to talk. Right, Melissa?
Oh, I definitely agree.
So what's going on? Have you been what have you been doing? You just been getting stats and talking to people, or are you chilling out, or what?
I'm trying to chill out.
Not trying. Okay.
I'm hearing an echo of myself.
It's not on my end. I didn't touch nothing. I never play with my controller. Except on Saturday night. Wink, wink, wink.
Okay, that was bad.
Got it? I know.
I could totally go somewhere with that, but no, I'm not going to.
Oh, whatever. We might as well. I mean, the whole world's going to hell in a handbasket anyway. Who really cares? Getting to that point.
But yeah, no, I did get to sleep before 10 o'clock last night, so.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. First time in a good while. But yeah, our stats are just, they're, I mean, I was sending you numbers all day yesterday.
I saw that.
And it was nuts. When I went to bed last night, let's see, I gotta go look. We were at 1,846 new cases when I went to bed last night. And I think they got about 20 more last night.
1,800 new cases?
New.
Not
new
total.
Cases.
New
Not
cases.
total, new.
In the country.
Yes. Yeah, we are now up to 6,524 cases. We're already at it's 6 o'clock in the morning and we're already up to 113 new.
In the country.
In the country, yes.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's gonna go exponential, and we talked about that, and I don't think it's nowhere near stopping.
Oh,
and
no.
All the millennials' fault because they could give a fuck. Blame them.
Yeah. As everybody knows, we're about 2 weeks behind Italy. And Italy is now up to 31,506 cases. They have 2,500 deaths now and 2,900 recovered. So at this point in the game, they are still hovering right around 50% death. Whereas early in the game, which we still are very early in the game, We're at 116 deaths and 106 recovered. So our deaths are still outweighing our recoveries.
Okay, I'm not surprised. So,
Yeah.
I got a phone call from my son yesterday
Uh-huh.
in Chicago. Plus, he sent me some pictures that are just surreal, like from a movie. Where
He's still up in Illinois, right?
Yeah, he sent me a picture of the Kennedy Expressway going in the city downtown with not one car on the Kennedy Interstate 90.
Wow.
So it's like a bomb went off and just there's nobody there. The city is totally shut down. Then he shares with me that he just lost his job.
Yeah, you did tell me that.
Which I kind of had that. There's so much things happening so quick. I don't want to keep throwing things at people or myself for that matter.
Yeah.
With all the consequences and dominoes that are falling, but now that seems to be apparent. So get ready for all the states to have massive unemployment claims every day, I would assume.
Yeah. My friend in Kentucky, she posted in one of my groups, shit just got real for me. Work supplied me with a letter allowing me to be out after curfew if I get stopped.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, she works for a security company and she works nights, so she'll have to be out after curfew.
Oh, wonderful. Ding dong, someone's calling.
Hey, I bet that's Chris.
Well, let's see here. I didn't do anything but scrub and mop floors yesterday. So
lovely.
I think I might be on the bubble too. Everybody's on the bubble. It's just not me.
Yeah.
How do I work this thing?
You unmute him.
Hey, watch it. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm betting this is Chris.
This is Chris.
Nice to finally talk to you. Like actually talk to you.
Nice to talk to you as well. Yeah.
Chris and I have been, we met in one of the coronavirus groups, and he and I have been kind of backing each other's posts up. Apparently, we're both being fed pretty much the same information from different directions, kind of confirming the information that we get.
So you both drink Corona beer? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm staying away from the Corona as much as I can.
All right, Chris. So I don't know the exact details. I know you were going to come on, and then some things happened, and we pushed this till today. Can you explain what happened, how it happened per se, what you're hearing, what you're seeing?
Yeah.
And your feedback on current status, and maybe without projecting too much, what you think may happen.
Okay, absolutely. So yeah, like I said, I had told Melissa my brother had seemed to come down with some of the symptoms, and then later that day I had seen that I had come down with some of the symptoms, and I'm still kind of have some reverberation of that, but it seems to be mild, low grade fever, all that stuff. So that's why I stayed off a little bit. I was vomiting and stuff, but now my grandmother might seem to have the same problem. So I, prepared for this for a while. So I have enough protective gear. We're going to go over there, all suited up, and take her to the hospital. But yeah, with all the things going on, I mean, it's a scary look. I was actually reading an article today, or a thread on Twitter of the stages from a person from Italy. And he talks about, going through denial, and then, it looks bad, but it's not that bad. So I'm still going to go out and do what I want to do. And then it just progresses from there to, this is really bad, and now I'm totally lost. And that's where we're at right now, which is a scary thought. So, I mean, to project what's coming on, we have two scenarios. One, each state starts locking down on their own, and I hope states do actually start to do that more. We are seeing it in some of them. There is two possibilities: is the government takes action now, the federal government takes action now, and we start to see military come in and start giving food and all that stuff, and just really locking everything down. The other scenario is, and this is something that I've been getting from a few people as well, and it makes sense, is because there's so much pushback right now to do that they're considering waiting until things get worse. We're almost to the point of we're begging for help. And by that point, they could send in the military to kind of enact martial law and do all these things, which, you know, in my mind is one part good, because we need this. We need to close everything down. And I know it's tough. People have to work. People are afraid about losing their homes and jobs and all this stuff. It is very scary, but the outcome if we don't do that is even scarier. But at the same time, giving the government that much control is also scary. So
yeah, that's
a tough situation.
That's my concern, because why do we have to wait until things get so bad that we just say we can't do this no more, do something, and then make them do it? Where they're, in my opinion, I don't want to get into politics. So I like Trump. I'm a Republican, libertarian, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to get into politics, but I think this whole thing has been handled with not enough information, not enough of proactivity, blah, 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 blah. But why doesn't the government just say, all right, we're going to handle this. Everything's on a moratorium. Try to do the social distancing crap, whatever that means, and kind of let us have our freedoms and rights still without going into martial law, but use common sense and get through this thing, and don't have an attitude like this person that you read on Twitter, oh, it's no big deal, or I probably don't have it, and blah, 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 blah. And then by the time they do figure out what's going on, they're spreading it to everybody, which is more my concern. I'm not concerned about getting it. I'm concerned about spreading it to people that are in the high risk area. So you're going to have to use some type of self-quarantine, common sense, mercy, respect, compassion for your fellow neighbor, human, grandma, grandpa, kids, whatever, and just say, this is what we're going to do. But here's the problem. If the government doesn't intervene and support that and create that environment, then you're going to lose your job. You're going to get kicked out of your house. You're going to lose your car, blah, 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 blah. So what in your opinion is the right answer? We just keep doing this until we get on our hands and knees and beg the government, please lock me down and create martial law, which I can't even believe I'm saying that, and fix this problem, or what? I mean, what do we do?
So first off, to go back to the beginning of what you were saying. So I'm a Penn State student. I'm a communications major, organizational professional communications. So I always take everything that they're saying and I try to break down the rhetoric and how they're saying it and what is going on, and heuristics and biases and all this stuff that we deal with when we're making decisions. And I was also a Trump supporter too, but I think this was handled in a very dangerous way, because I know he was not trying to incite panic by telling people, hey, this is just going to go away. This is fine. It's not a big deal. The flu is worse. All of these things, which has turned out now to not be true. And we knew from the beginning this wasn't true. We could see from the numbers. But now he has created this sect of people that believe this. They totally are in belief of this, and they are so blinded because of their biases and heuristics, because it confirmed what they wanted to hear, and now they won't hear anything else. So it's really hard to get by that. And another thing that I always say is, common sense isn't actually that common. So it's really hard to get that going. And now you see this coronavirus challenge where people are going out and licking toilet seats and doorknobs in public bathrooms and on airplanes. So it's not being taken seriously. And if the government came in now and did enact martial law, which it's really hard, because that is the last thing that I want to see. Absolutely the last thing that I want to see. I would not want them to to do this because it's too much power. But we're already there. I mean, state of emergency is already pretty much that much power. But I don't see any other way of really fixing it either, because we've now created this whole society of either people don't believe it's real, don't believe it's that bad, or they're going around saying, well, hey, I'm young, it's not going to hurt me, so I'm going to go do what I want. Or this is the end of the world, I'm going to die, I'm going to go do what I want. And now we've created all of these different people, and they're going up. And you see the beaches in Florida, they're filled because nobody's in schools and nobody's at work or any of that. I mean, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable because at least they're outside, but it's still not good. It's still not good.
Yeah, I've also seen about every time they close schools, the parents let the kids go out and play.
Yeah.
I mean, it totally defeats the whole purpose.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I have stayed at home ever since I had any symptoms or even actually before that, because I knew it was coming. I've been trying to stay back. I have somebody that I know that works in the hospitals where we're at, and the conditions there are not good. They have all had all their PPEs or protective gear taken away in case of when this really does blow up. They've actually had cases on the floor and were wearing masks around because they were afraid of it. 2 people the other day were fired on the spot for wearing masks. They just don't have enough, and they don't know how to react, and they don't know how to handle this. We are so unprepared,
fired?
and we've been worried about this for years. People got fired for wearing masks in the hallway. Yes, because it incites panic, and it's also using up supplies. Yep.
And you're in New York?
It's absolutely insane. I'm in Massachusetts, so this is Boston.
Okay, all right. Boston. It's close enough to Chicago. I'm from Chicago. I mean, culture-wise, I've never been there, but I heard it's very similar to Chicago there. So, very interesting.
Oh, gotcha. I've never been to Chicago. Yeah.
No? Yeah, I hear we're like cousins. So, Boston's very similar to Chicago in the culture and the feel and everything, including baseball. But whatever.
Gotcha. So you're a bunch of assholes too?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He is. He is. I'm not.
I wear that proudly. So yes. I have no problem telling people they can go fuck themselves. So with
oh man.
No offense.
No, none taken.
Yeah, right.
Get it a lot around here.
Yeah, well, let's go get a beer and a pizza. Or no,
yeah.
What's the food in Boston? What's your guys' staple mark or whatever? I don't even know. Yeah.
What kind of food?
Yeah, what's like Philly has, Chicago has their beef and all that. What do you guys got?
I mean, we have Maine right above us, so lobster is a big thing. Seafood, we have the harbor, all of that.
No, man.
So we're big seafood fans.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Oh my God.
Yeah,
seafood.
Nice and fresh.
Wow.
A lot of people don't, surprisingly, around here, but yeah, a lot of people do.
Yeah, well, move and you'll find out, because I found that out moving to Colorado, and there really isn't any good food here, sorry to say.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
And I was warned about it.
Yeah, that's sad.
Whatever, big deal.
Food is a big part of my life, so that'd be sad.
The best pizza I can find is a come-and-go gas station. So what does that tell you?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
that tells me a lot.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That tells me a lot.
All right, so have you had symptoms, or do you have symptoms, or somebody close to you have symptoms, and then can you share that?
So, I went through a period about 3 weeks ago where I had pretty similar symptoms, but they determined it was probably a norovirus. I don't know for sure because obviously there's no testing around here. The big hospitals in Boston are only able to test 10 people a day right now. So we have not caught up with New York or any of these places. We are still very far behind. So we have no idea what's really going on here yet.
And this is what you've seen in your experience. That's what you've seen. So, right?
Well, I have people that work in Boston hospitals in my family. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm getting information from them. So, and also there's 2 nurses from one of the hospitals that have been out sick for a week now. They had COVID-19 patients. They are showing the exact symptoms and are being refused testing at this point.
Refused?
And that is only because they don't have an adequate amount.
Okay. All right. People are asking in the chat, how old are you?
I am 30 years old.
30. Okay. I don't know why. 30. Wondering is
because we have a curious audience.
Yeah, no problem.
Now they're asking you what you weigh. No, I'm just kidding.
So yeah, like I said, I seem to start to get sick again. Now I'm just getting sweats, hot flashes, low grade temperature, headaches, slight sore throat. So it could be low grade symptoms. It could be something totally different. I don't have allergies, so it's not allergies. I don't know.
All right, now another question. Did they do a chest x-ray? That's what they want to know.
Of me or anybody else?
I don't know. I'm just I'm being a parasite.
So the nurses have not had any chest x-rays. I have not had a chest x-ray. My brother was also refused testing and has not had a chest x-ray.
Okay. See, that's part of our big problem is that so many people are getting refused the test.
Well, and that's the funny thing. So, Kuo from New York came on, I think it was about a week ago, and pretty much said out loud, the government is not allowing me to test. They're holding me back. They won't allow me. I have the stuff. It's not a hard test. This is a regular viral test that I'm pleading with the government to let me test. And I believe it was either late that day or early the next morning where they gave him permission to start testing. And then it was 2 days later where they said, well, now we're going to set FEMA in. We're going to have separate places, and this is going to be a federally supported testing for the states. So pretty much we have the federal government taking back over testing and using individual state stuff. So are we even going to get accurate numbers? I don't know. It's speculative, but it's just interesting.
In your opinion, do you think the government's just letting this play out and they're kind of steering it to eventually have it where we're going to ask them to lock everything down or shut it down? Or because everybody, not everybody, but yesterday my son called me and said, I just lost my job because he does the same thing I do, which is commercial heating and air conditioning and refrigeration. And in Chicago, in Illinois, and he does theaters and restaurants. And I mean, everybody's going to be affected by this, whether they believe it or not. It's
absolutely.
It's way more than the 2008 meltdown. It's hitting every industry, every sector. The futures on the Dow, I just looked it up before I came on. They're down 500-600 points. I mean, this whole thing is taking the whole system down. So my son lost his job yesterday. I went in. I do the same thing here in Colorado. I had my own business for 20 years in that industry in Chicago. I've been doing it for 37 years about. What the hell was that?
That would be my phone.
Oh, okay. So more gizmos I don't know about.
Oh, no. My daughter was just texting me.
So I told my son, I go, Josh, there's no humility in going to filing employment. So he did, and then Melissa and I shared that with her yesterday because we're texting a lot during the day. And she told me, or I saw, there's over 6,000 unemployment cases that were filed just in Colorado yesterday. So what do we do when we're all on unemployment now and we can't work? I mean, crime's going to go through the roof. I'm sorry. People are going to be doing naughty things. Do you think they're going to let it go to the point where people just don't care and they're going ape shit and they're sitting home drinking and turning into assholes because they're from Chicago and Boston? And they go out and they start looting and everything else. And then the government's going to have no choice, kind of like the laissez-faire denial of whoever's saying, which seems to be mostly the young people, well, I ain't worried about it. I'm not going to die from it. Why do I give a shit? Or, well, it might be my last day to live anyway, and I'm going to have fun. But the government is not going to put up with that, and they're going to crack down, and then they're finally going to be forced to do something. Is that a very plausible assessment of the situation, or what do you think?
so when I do make an assessment, I try to look at what is going on now and what we've done before. So with something like this, I look back at Katrina. So when there was things like this, there was looting, there was people going crazy, there was shootings, all this stuff. So they did send in the military, but they also sent in contract mercenaries like Blackwater. And they went into the towns, and the first thing that they did, and you can look this up, they took all the guns, because under martial law, they have every right to enter your home. They have every right to, and this is another thing too, is if there's not enough food supply, they have every right to come into your home, take your food supply, and disperse it throughout. They're saying, hey, if you hoarded this, those people with the masks that think they're going to make all this money out there, those are going to be the first people they're going to go get, and they're going to take all that stuff and disperse it. But yeah, this is very plausible. If you look at Katrina, I mean, this is the same thing that happened. Once it turns that bad, they do have to have intervention. But how bad are they going to let it get where people are actually willing to accept this? And that's the thing, is getting people to be willing to accept this. And right now, a lot of people would not accept this. A lot of people would not accept this, and it would turn out to an all-out fight. You got to wait until enough people are sick, enough people have lost loved ones, enough people are hungry and are scared and are already dependent on the government. And we've already shut down sports. We've shut down all these other distractions that we do, all the bars, all the restaurants, all these other distractions. So now they're totally focused on this. And that's it. That's all they're hearing about. It's all you see on social media. That's all you see on the news and TV and everything. This is the way to incite panic, and people will spiral out. If once they shut down all the jobs, people will spiral out, and it will happen.
Well, yeah. What are they going to do sitting at home doing a stupid radio show like this, or playing Xbox or PS4, or your kids going crazy because they can't go outside and play or do whatever they do because they're not in school and there's no sports to watch. And it's really disrupting our lives as Americans. And so you think they're just going to let this bottleneck up and build up pressure, and finally the court's going to blow, and then they're going to go, well, this is what we need to do now for your own good.
I think individual states, as we're seeing now, will start to take certain actions. But I don't think they have much choice other than that, unless if they want a civil war. If you listen to anybody in the South, I see a lot of people, because I live in Tennessee, and I see a lot of people on chats from the South and whatnot, and they're already saying if the military is going to try to come to my house and to my door, they're going to get shot coming in. So this is where people are at right now, especially in those types of areas. So it would be so much resilience to this. They would have no choice to wait to that point. What they're going to do is probably start sending in military. So the military force is there, but all they're going to do in the beginning is just hand out food, help with the testing, all of that stuff. Then eventually it will be door to door checks and whatnot, and then spiral out from there. That's what I at least believe would happen. And that's what I've been starting to witness going on already.
I grew up in the South, and I can tell you right now, it doesn't matter when they shut down, the South will rise up.
Yeah. Well, you got to think though, the South, another big thing is family. They're very family oriented. If you've just lost several members of your family, and you are so broken and lost and hungry and scared, you're about to do just about anything. I mean, some people won't, absolutely, and a lot of people will fight back, but once people are that broken, there's going to be a lot less.
Well, and it's sad that it's going to take people losing people to get there. It's really sad.
Absolutely. If we were told, but this is the other problem that I have is, was this, and this is total conspiracy, was this by design or was it by accident? Was Trump going out there and causing all these people to believe all these things? And like I said, I was a Trump supporter. Was he causing people to believe all these things by design to create this, to let it go on longer? I mean, really, the smart thing would have been to do is come out and say, hey, listen, I'm going to be honest with you guys, just like Dr. Fauci has been all along, and he has contradicted Trump the entire time. hey, it is bad. We need to really just keep a close eye on this. We need to start doing this stuff. And let's not panic. Let's work together. Let's make sure that we get through this together and bring the people together, not have this total separation of people where one side believes that it's real and the other side believes that it's not real, and then it's going to go away and it's just like the flu. You know, that's my thoughts and worry is, you know, if it is on purpose, then what's the agenda? If it's not on purpose, then this was just a very stupid move.
Yeah, we've all here at the network been kind of going back and forth on that whole is it an accident or is it on purpose thing.
Yeah. I hope it's not. I really hope it's not.
Oh, I hope not too. It would really make me sad, but if it is, it is. It won't surprise me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. We're not always told the truth, that's for sure. But so yeah, like I said, I am suiting up, going full head to toe, protective care, masks, all that stuff, to go get my grandmother and drive her to the hospital. So I'll have to wrap this up, but if you want to have me on again, feel free, and I'll definitely let you know.
All right, Chris. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it.
I'm glad you were able to finally
Thanks,
get on
guys.
here with us, Chris.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right. Have a great day. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another crazy person.
Yeah, that's why he and I kind of latched onto him, because it was like, hey, you're getting beat up like I am.
You know, that's really sad. That's really wow. Where is everybody? Haven't they lost their job yet? They should be here.
Well, that's the thing. If they lose their job, they're certainly not going to get up at the butt crack of dawn to listen to us. They'll just listen later.
They should. I do. You do. Wandering's up.
Pam's up. Pam's always up.
Yeah. I think Pam's a robot. Is she AI or something? Is she real?
I don't know. Maybe she is AI. Maybe she's an android, and we just don't know it.
I think she is. Watch it.
We love you, Pam.
Who's spying on us?
But yeah,
Right.
shit's getting real. It is.
Wandering Americans in Florida, right? Do I remember this right? Okay.
Yes.
So I wonder what she's seeing on the news in there. And are they really just all down there in spring break partying it up like nothing's ever happening and the beaches are full and life goes on and blah, 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 blah?
And now she's not. Well, we have a delay. I always forget about the delay. It's like you ask something and then I sit there and watch, and nothing's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, plus it takes time to type, and some of us are horrible typers. So
y'all needed to take office ed in high school.
She says, yep. 2 thumbs up. I don't know what that means. So that's what's going on in Florida then. So is that good or bad? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how crowded those beaches are. I mean, I saw some pictures yesterday and was just like, what the hell? Good morning, Gene Meter.
Well, hell, maybe I'll just go to Florida, party it up. Who gives a shit? Good morning. Beautiful creatures. Oh, how sweet.
You know, there's a really good movie called Beautiful Creatures. There's actually 2 of them. I'm talking about the older one. That is about two girls who like basically live in this fantasy world, and they flash back and forth from the fantasy world to the real world. It's a really good movie.
I have to check it out. I'm going to have. I really think I'm going to have a lot of time on my hands here. I got 1 call to run today, and I'll be sent home.
Yeah.
And nobody's calling in our company wide. We're a $4 million company in sales in the service sector, and 4 calls came in yesterday.
Now, okay, so with everything being shut down, like, we can only do takeout, we can't do dine in. But those restaurants, a lot of them are still going to be open.
Yeah, just for takeout though. But
Yeah, but that means they're still going to need all that stuff. They're still going to need maintenance at some point.
yeah, but nowhere near what they would at full capacity. And it's going to
Well,
be.
yeah, but I'm just saying that I bet you're still going to get calls from time to time. How are they going to handle that?
That's the thing because they don't need. I will guarantee you, minimal our volume of calls are going to drop 50%.
Do you think they'll keep you on call?
I don't know. Yeah. See, I'm on salary, so I get paid 40 hours a week, but I'm not dumb enough to assume that can last forever because it can't. So you
Right.
can't pay somebody a salary if you don't have income, just like a person with a paycheck. You can't pay your bills if you don't have a paycheck. It's the same, basic economics are basic economics. So,
Yeah, true.
so I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how they're going to. I talked to the president of the company yesterday and I just walked right in without an attitude and pretend that he was me, and one of my employees comes up and expresses their concerns, and I said, I've been down this. I said I've lost everything. I lost my business in 2 years. I've seen that. I said if I need to be fired or laid off or whatever, then that's fine. I get it. I understand it. Or whatever needs to be done. I said I'm in.
Yeah.
I said if you need my perspective or opinions or thoughts on anything, I'm in, whatever you need to do. And he goes, well, if I keep getting bankruptcy notices, there's going to be a problem. And that's the next shoe to drop, which I completely forgot about. That's what happened to me.
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, because here's the thing. If you extend credit to your customers, whomever they are, and you're not on COD or doing PayPal or doing, you're going to pay before service instead of giving you credit.
Right.
There's nothing worse than providing a service or a product and then you provide it and you give them a 30-day, because 30-day net's average in the business industry, in business.
Right.
And you don't get paid.
Yeah, I know that scenario very well because
Yeah.
I give credit to most of my clients to help them be able to afford to do a website.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've got like 2,700 on my books right now that is just sitting there unpaid.
Well, like I said, there's something worse than not having business, and that's doing business and not getting paid.
Oh yeah.
And I had 10,000 here, 10,000 there. The magic number for me was 10,000. I would get notices of bankruptcy, and there's absolutely nothing you can do, and you have to absorb it. So,
Yeah.
how many $10,000 bills can you absorb?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is my only income, and it's not like I have $10,000 for one contract.
That would take you out. So,
And well, I mean, like this month, I've gotten one payment so far, and it definitely wasn't enough to cover the bills.
no, it's not.
I called my trash company because my bill's late now. And basically, they told me I have till the end of the month or they'll cut my trash service. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I couldn't believe that they did that with all this going on.
Oh no, it's going to be every man for himself. That's why I'm so curious to why the government is being quote unquote so compassionate with us.
Yeah.
Because in 2008, that was like they could care less if you went into the street and died. This is so different, and I don't understand why. Because they're talking about, I've heard everything, but $1,000 a month they're going to give every citizen so they can. I mean, 1,000 a month is better than nothing, but it's
it's better than nothing, but it's not going to cover the bills.
No, so I mean, look at it this way. If that's what they're going to do, then that's what every member of Congress and the president should get. If you're going to give me $1,000 a month, then you live on it too.
I mean, all our government people, they're still getting their paychecks.
Exactly.
Whether they always get their paychecks, whether they're there or not. They work, what, 6 weeks out of the damn year?
I have no idea, but it's not going to last long because when you have your revenue stream as far as taxes come in, and that stops or is severely diminished, the money isn't going to be there.
Yeah.
So, of course, they'll just print more, which whatever. But see, we can't do that, so we just can't print money.
No. No, we get in trouble for that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can make money, but you can't print money. So it's a big. You can earn money, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
But you know what I thought of yesterday? I'm trying to think of positive things and moving on. But of course, there's going to be negative consequences and things. The next shoe to drop is going to be people losing their jobs, unemployment claims going through the roof. The state's not going to be able to afford it. Then they're going to ask the Federal Reserve for a bailout.
Yep.
And blah, 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 blah. Because a lot of people don't know this, but as I understand it, people have the assumption that they pay unemployment insurance and they don't. The employer does. It's an insured backed system.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why if you are self-employed or a 1099, you cannot get it.
Right. Yeah, you cannot. If you're a business owner, you cannot get unemployment. That is true. So, some more benefits being a business owner.
Right.
Because you're just a greedy asshole. So, but that's going to be the next shoe to drop. But I was thinking of this. Now these, and of course the capital expenditure would be, I don't know, but I'm looking from the restaurants and I'm just using that as a business model. A lot of people are going to be hurt because they're all sized. All these businesses are sized to do a certain amount of volume on a daily, weekly, or monthly, or even annual basis. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think a minimum conservatively is going to be a quarter that they're going to be hurt by this as far as sales. A minimum of a quarter. I'm being conservative. It's probably going to be way more than that. But let's just say it's a quarter. So I'm trying to be
easy math.
About this.
Easy math.
Yeah, easy math too. Yeah, quarter. Make it easy. How many quarters are in here? Let me see. 2? No, it's 3. Is it 4? How many quarters are in here? You don't know?
Oh, are you asking? I thought you were just being a smart ass.
And it's a quarter. I am being a smart ass, but so of course I am. It's me. So what are these companies going to do? Because the overhead and the size of their buildings and everything else is they're not going to sustain. They can't. They're going to have negative cash flow. There's no way around it. So what about they come out with these little portable, all those little trucks you see that have all the food in it? Yeah. They go to job sites and everything, or they're in front of Home Depot or
food truck. We have food truck Fridays here.
Why don't they do that? Why don't these big box corporate restaurants start buying these little what would you call that? I don't know. They're called roach coaches.
They're called roach coaches, food trucks.
Yeah, why don't they take their product out on the street and start selling it to people out there and go to busy places, wherever that may be, which wouldn't be sporting places or whatever, but I mean, everybody loves to eat out. So, and I think it's better than doing nothing or going through the drive-thru. I went through the drive-thru at Sonic yesterday in Loveland just to get a couple of hot dogs, and it was like 2:00 in the afternoon, and there was like 20 cars in the frickin' drive-thru.
Wow.
So why don't all these big corporations you got nothing to lose. If you're going to go down, you're going to go down. That was my philosophy. And I did everything I could do to save my company and my ship. Start buying some of these things, buy 1 or 2 or 5 and send them out there and see what the response is. You got nothing to lose.
We've got ice cream trucks already going through our neighborhoods.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just take this thing and have all food and prepare it. You can do it. That's Dick Portillo, who owns Portillo's. That's how he started in Villa Park. And that guy just created a wonderfully big chain-ass account. I wish they'd come out here. But just look up Portillo's hot dogs. That's what he started. He started in a hot dog cart. And then every night, allegedly came home and washed all his dishes in his bathtub. Started all over again, and the guy's a multimillionaire. He sold it for millions of dollars.
Yeah. Well, if you think about like the South, which one of my favorite memes now is about how Texans are all afraid of the virus, but they have no problem going and buying tamales and burritos out of the back of somebody's trunk. You know, I mean, people have been doing that for years, you know, and it doesn't, you're right, it doesn't make sense why a big corp wouldn't even attempt something like that.
I don't know. I mean, you got to, like we were talking about yesterday, you got to throw some mud on the wall and see what sticks. And I'm not saying just focus on that, but the online ordering. I mean,
oh hell yeah,
really, really promote. I haven't really seen one commercial yet, and I've been watching a lot of TV where come online, this is how to do it. You know, we'll have it delivered by Uber Eats. I think they've actually cut their commission from 30% down to 10. Don't quote me on it, but
yeah,
they're doing what they can to support the restaurant industry. I mean, they can figure this out. They just got to do something.
and quite honestly, doing stuff like Uber Eats and things like that, you know, it'll get some people out of the house. It gives them something to do, and it gives them a paycheck.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in my car and deliver shit, and I'll say,
shit. I was thinking about telling Steven, I'm gonna take your car and I'm gonna do this.
Right. Oh, you don't see Bumblebee? Is that what you're calling my yellow guitar? They're calling my yellow guitar Bumblebee. I hung it up. It's on the wall. I've been cleaning, believe it or not.
I have to, actually. I do a little bit each day.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So I made it into my my one bedroom, and it's been laying on the bed for a week. So I put it back up on the wall. Yeah, I don't. There's answers to this. People just got to figure it out, but they just can't go with the laissez-faire, programmed way of doing business. They got to think out of the box here, and I think they can. And I'll deliver shit. I don't care. Hell, I'll go even make it.
Right?
Doesn't matter to me. I mean, I don't get it. It's people are going to eat and they want to eat, especially if they're going to be self-quarantine.
Yeah.
Because nobody likes cooking.
I enjoy cooking, but with just Steven and me, I'm one of those people, again, Southern upbringing. I don't know how to cook small.
Huh.
Like when I cook something, we have leftovers for like the next week.
Yeah, that's how I am. I used to do all the cooking for our family because I like barbecuing, so I'd fire the grill up every night. I
love barbecue.
I'd buy all my stuff at Costco or Sam's, and whatever I didn't use, I'd shove it in the freezer. And I would cook. I didn't mind cooking. I cooked all the time. That's how.
Yeah, I love cooking when I have people to cook for.
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard now when I'm by myself. I buy all this food still just out of habit, but I freeze it. But yeah, it's only me now. It's really. For me, it's my opinion is it's as easy to cook for 4 people as it is 1.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, you know, like I said, we just have a lot of leftovers, and that's fine. We eat them.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So I forgot to tell you. Okay, so Colorado, Polis has. Good morning, Familia.
Hello.
Colorado, Polis has sent a letter to the Small Business Administration and, you know, asking for relief for small businesses and
Good
such.
luck. Good luck.
Well, get this. Okay, so the way that it was worded, it looked like it was only asking for relief for certain counties in Colorado.
Oh, really?
Which, of course, ticked me off.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
And so on the PDF version of the letter that they put out there, that because they showed, you know, they were being transparent and showing everybody what the letter said. It had the contact information for the person who's handling any questions or comments.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, I immediately emailed. Didn't think I'd hear back from him, honestly. And dude emailed me back within 2 hours.
No way.
Yeah. So my original email, I asked why it didn't include Mesa County, why doesn't it include the entire state? You know, we have so many small business owners, self-employed, 1099ers, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So he emailed me right back and said, the governor, this is quoting exactly what he said, Mel, the governor has requested relief for all 64 counties and tribal organizations in Colorado. In short, the whole state.
Oh,
okay, fine.
Okay, good.
So I emailed him back again and said, thank you for your quick response. The way the posting letter read, with the counties listed, it didn't look like it. Will this also apply to sole proprietors and freelancers? What kind of help will there be for those of us on 1099s? I'm a webmaster by trade. My clients haven't paid this month. No one is spending money that is not geared towards stocking up.
Right.
I haven't been able to stock up due to this, let alone pay my bills for my rental house or my business. Again, immediately email me back. This guy is really freaking impressive. Okay, I just got to say that they are being responsive. His answer was, yes, the SBA process is confusing. Basically, all counties adjacent to a listed county gets coverage. We are trying to figure out what to do about 1099s, freelancers, and gig workers. We know it's a big deal. I don't have the answer yet. So at least he was honest about it.
Yeah, no, and that's good instead of just ignoring you. So
right. He could have just ignored me since he didn't have an answer for me.
Just being over. Yeah.
Right. But that second one came in about 45 minutes. He responded to the second one.
Wow. Well, the Small Business Administration Association sucks. So I went through that when I started my business for Capital. They flat out denied me. So.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, you got to do that on your own, and yeah, no shit. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for existing, and yeah.
Yeah, they didn't do me a bit of good, so whatever. But
But yeah, I thought it was really cool that he responded that quickly, and just to give him credit, it was Jeff Kraft, Director of Business Funding and Incentives.
That's awesome. Well, good. Thank you. That's great. Thank you for the response. That's
Yeah, I really need to praise him for such a quick response in such a trying time.
Well, stonewalling people and ignoring them is just going to piss them off. So I mean, you can't do that.
Yeah, which I mean, it may have helped that I sent it from my Freedom Revolution Network email instead of my regular business email.
That could have been. That could have influenced them.
Which is that's the exact reason why I did it, was because I thought that maybe it might get quicker attention. I didn't expect it that quick, though.
Yeah, well, you never know. I mean, I think everybody's on their toes, and you ignore the wrong person, and you're gonna hear about it. So
right.
Kind of giving the power back to the people. It's kind of nice. I like it.
Well, yeah, and it was. I will say it was kind of nice having that ability to email somebody quote unquote important and have that tag of network.
Right.
But I'm just glad he did email me back, and I am glad that they are looking and trying to figure out what to do with people like us,
Right. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit more about where I think this is going as far as people's livelihood, which probably isn't going to be a popular subject. But we've called this, I don't know, what would you give our accuracy rate of calling what from the beginning to now? Give yourself a grade.
It's definitely an A. We have been dead on pretty much all of it. I honestly, I can't really think back and think of anything we've been wrong on yet.
As far as this show and the network, everybody here? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Patriot Dev just came in. Good morning.
Morning, Patriot Dev.
Okay. So here's what I think's going to happen, and this is just all speculation and a hypothesis or whatever. I don't think it's really too hard to figure out, for me at least. So, but it's already happening. People are losing their jobs.
Yep.
Is there any way you can pull up unemployment number up there for?
Let me see.
Filing claims or no?
I bet it's going to be kind of difficult to pull up a national.
No, let's just talk about Colorado, because I mean we can use that, and other people can pull up their state. I'm gonna see what the market's opening at.
Which I know they got 6,800 applications the first day. The first day, and it actually crashed. They ended up going down.
According
Holy cow!
Okay, what is it?
Colorado unemployment claims by 17-fold in 10 days.
17-fold.
In 10 days.
10 days. Okay. That's going to happen across the country. And according to CNBC, the Dow futures are down 821 points. The Dow's just hanging above 20,000.
Jeez.
Okay. Yeah, which a lot of people rely on for an income, especially the fixed income people that are retired, which they're not going to be retired for long because they're going to have to go back to work, but they can't find a job. So.
Okay, so the CDLE said Tuesday afternoon that claims have increased from about 400 on March 7th to more than 6,800 Tuesday, nearly 17 times larger than the original figure over 10 days.
Great. Hey, Patriot Dev, what do you he or she, is it she or he? Or
I have no idea.
Or are they AI too, like Pamela? I don't know. Morning, guys. How is everything? Just studying up on some things. What are you studying up on? I would like to know. Because here we go. It's not difficult for me to see where this is going to go. I'm not trying to scare people, but I don't care what you're doing or who you are. Business and the law of money and physics, if you want to call it that, are going to dominate. If there's no income and things are shut down in every single industry or diminished or minimized, you're probably going to lose your job. And for me to say that, and it may sound like there's no compassion or sensitivity there, I can promise you, you're very, very wrong in that. I don't want to see anybody lose their job. One of the worst things that I had to do as being a business owner for 20 years was fire people. I hated it. Some people get enjoyment out of it. I'm not a power type of person. I hated every second of it. And
that's one of the reasons why I don't have employees.
And it's a last resort. But if it needs to be done, it needs to be done. There's also nothing worse than getting a cancellation letter from your customers canceling your services. So there's really not, there's some negative things that happens when you're a business owner. But I've lost everything. And I'm just saying, what's happening now with people, I've been through it. I'm not saying I know everything, but I've mentally gone through it, and not that long ago. Quite ironically, the bankruptcy letter that the company I work for got is a national account. I'm not going to name them. But when my 2 employees started their business behind my back while they were working for me, that is one of the customers they got. So they just got a nice bankruptcy letter. So karma is kicking in once again. But I look at it this way. 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, my business folded. And I can pretty much assure you that if that happened now and things were going good and nothing really ever happened, it would probably end up BK if this continues. Yeah. So I guess if it happened, I'm glad it happened 2 years ago and I could deal with it and move on and reset and start over in Colorado. But the environment was rich in doing that. This isn't. So when you lose your job, God forbid, or your business or whatever, you're probably going to be stuck because I don't know where you're going to go.
Right.
So all I can really tell you is try to mentally prepare yourself for the worst. And how you do that, I don't really know, because you can't prepare yourself for something like that. You're just going to have to deal with it when it happens.
Yeah.
I have never filed unemployment or have had any assistance from any type of government organization in my life. I have been on workman's comp, but it was a work-related injury, so I really don't count that. Which workman's comp's a crock of shit anyway, because they only pay you half of what what you're making to begin with.
Right.
But I don't want to get into that. But be prepared for the worst, because I'm pretty sure the odds are against you keeping your job or your business. Just because you're a business owner doesn't mean you're immune to this. So don't get cocky with that. Well, I know this and I have these customers and I made the same stupid mistakes. I've had this customer for 20 years and, they'll never use my competitor or want somebody that works for me. Yeah.
Wait till the money crunches.
Yeah. Never say never, because it's going to be about self-survival. And once again, you're not in that club. I don't care what relationship you think they have. So all you can do is prepare, but I don't think there's any disrespect in going and asking for help in this situation. I told my son, I go, file for unemployment. This isn't your fault.
Right.
So don't, it's not about humility or embarrassment or this or that. You didn't cause these problems. So let the accountability fall back on the people that, in my opinion, caused the problem. Not you. So
there's nothing to be ashamed of with it. I mean, look at the way we are right now.
Let the state and the insurance companies and the federal government handle it. I mean, all we're doing is waking up every day and trying to live the American dream, whatever that means, and survive. And that's all been taken away.
Yeah, it has. It really has.
And that's the reality of it. That's the end result or the end game of this. For some reason, what Chris was saying, I don't know if this was on purpose. I would, like you said, I would hate to even think that that's even possible or plausible. But I have to look at this. I have to look at the timing, and I have to look at the behavior. And I'm not so sure that it wasn't done on purpose.
I
don't know.
See, this is one of those ones where I'm so on the fence. I want to believe that it was an accident. Should they have been working on bioweapons to begin with? No. But they're going to. Now, as far as whether it was done on purpose and who did what when and all of that stuff, there's, number one, there's multiple theories. Number two, it really sucks. I don't want to believe that somebody in some government decided that this was a good thing to do.
It's a good thing to do because the way that they think, as far as I understand it, is that they have to stay ahead of the curve because our quote unquote enemies will come up with it, and then we won't have a defense for it. It's kind of like making a bomb. It's like we got to make the greatest bomb on the planet, which we already have, the most destructive bomb there is. But you're going to probably blow yourself up a few times playing with bombs. I mean, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, that's what they're doing. So, but why can't they put energy into feeding the homeless or doing some good humanitarian positive things? Because what you're afraid of and what may destroy you, and you're trying to be proactive from preventing it to happen, is going to destroy you.
Right. I mean, yes, failures and mistakes are learning experiences, but most of them aren't deadly.
And if they are going to mess with this stuff, who in their right mind would transport it anywhere?
Who in their right mind would want to work on something like that?
Well, we're trying to figure that out. We've already talked about that. But I'm saying because they have to. They think they have to. If we don't come up with some weapon of mass destruction or a bioweapon, then somebody else is, and then we're not going to be able to defend ourselves. That's how they think.
Well, I get that part of it. What I'm saying is, oh wow, yeah. So they're showing a picture of the beach on the news.
Yeah.
And they're all like in little clusters. It's kind of weird looking.
Really?
Yeah, they're definitely practicing social distancing, like family to family or group to group.
Uh-huh.
But there's a lot of them out there. What the hell?
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, sorry, that totally went off in a different direction there. What was I saying?
I think you're just pulling up Florida people. So I don't know. I was talking about they're creating this crap so we can
Oh,
defend
yes.
ourselves against
Oh,
it.
yes.
They think they have to do it.
Yeah, what I was more referring to was like the people in those jobs. And yes, I know they're just doing their jobs, they're doing what they're told to do. But why would anybody want to go into that field? I mean, seriously.
I don't know. Because there's some fucked up
I want to
people
go
out there.
create things that'll kill people.
Yeah, that's the war. That's the military-industrial complex. They always want to stay ahead of the curve, But I don't get it. We're trying to defend ourselves to survive, and we're killing ourselves. How stupid is that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go learn as much martial arts as I can to defend myself, and then I'm gonna go out and get my ass beat. I mean, what kind of fucking sense does that make? You know what I'm saying?
That was actually a good one.
Well, yeah, that's what it is, though. I'm thinking I'm going to be able to defend myself against everything and everybody, and there's always somebody better and stronger and more talented than you, and you're going to get your ass kicked. Well, we just got our ass kicked by trying to defend ourselves. I don't think anybody's creating this stuff to use it, although I did see a news line on Drudge that this thing is attacking people and they're more susceptible to type A blood. So what does that mean?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Is it genetically encoded? Is it genetically encoded for type A people? And as far as I know, most Asians are type A blood.
Really?
Yes, they are. So did the government create this thing to wipe out their own people because oppression and fighting back against the Chinese government is getting stronger and stronger? Is that what they did? Because nobody's resisting or organizing anymore against the government. So was that their intention? I don't know. But it's very interesting this thing targets or people that have type A blood are more susceptible to this thing than type O or well, there's only A and O, and then there's AB and there's some other blood types. I'm not a doctor, but yeah, type A.
See, and that also that brings up the question of RH factor as well.
Yeah, why does our immune system weaken when we get older? That makes no sense. It should get stronger.
Right.
I mean, isn't that all the horseshit behind the vaccines, and you get older and you're immune to it now, and you got a stronger immune system for a lot of reasons, and now they're saying no? Really?
I'll be honest, I've always questioned, wow, my brain is not working today.
Well, that I agree.
Repeat what you just said.
I said that I agree.
No, before that. Oh, you are being a butthead today.
I don't know. What did I say? Well, I don't even agree with what I say, let alone remember what I say. Jesus Christ. Sorry. What did I say?
I don't know now. And my thought train went totally
You're
derailed.
multitasking. You got to hide that keyboard and just stay in the conversation, whatever you're doing. You're multitasking too much. I don't know. I don't know what I said. I just said it goes after people allegedly with A, and this is what I said.
Yeah.
Why are they saying our immune system?
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's right.
Be stronger.
My personal opinion, and I've said this for many years, and I am not completely anti-vax. I knew people who had polio, so I'm not completely anti-vax.
Yeah, so do I. I know somebody that actually had it and they got
Yeah.
cured from it. So yeah.
See, one of my best friends when I was in like second grade had braces on her legs from polio.
Mhm.
I've known various people, but I'm informed consent, medical freedom, informed consent, and wow, vaccines. I've always said that when you get something naturally, you build up an immunity to it. You develop those antibodies.
Yeah.
And when you get a vaccine, it's a false way of creating that situation. And therefore, your body is not creating the antibodies it needs to. And so you are essentially weakening your immune system versus building it up.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I hope that made sense because I've lost my train of thought a couple of times through it. So,
Yeah, no, it made sense to me. Now, your body can naturally fight things, but then it needs help with antibiotics, and then
right.
to,
But when you introduce it in that
Right.
way, in the way of a vaccine, you're not going through your natural processes.
Well, I don't have a problem with the vaccination theory and the science. I have a problem with all the crap they put in.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly. That's where my issues lie too.
because according to Alex Jones, he's been on this forever. Is he said they inject, say you're going for some certain vaccination, and then they put the cancer virus in there. It's like, well, why the fuck did they do that? And
Well,
that's
I mean,
him.
look at
That's him.
the freaking syphilis experiment.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, that's horrible too. They experimented on people and they didn't even know about it.
And it amazes
Like-
me how many people don't know about that.
Yeah, they were mostly black people, from what I know.
Yep. Yep.
So there's your government concerned about you. That's why I'm so suspicious. Is why are they? They've never done anything for our benefit. Why are they? Why are they? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm like, wait a minute. Why are you being nice to me?
Right? The moment they're nice, it's
What
like,
do
why?
you? What do you want from me? What's going on? Yeah, because this is so 180 degrees from 2008. I can't even tell you. 2008 was fuck you. You're on your own. Now it's like, well, we're going to give you $1,000 a month. It's like, it's all about the people. We got it.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, what good is government if there's no people to govern?
But that's the thing. I mean, if this goes, but if history repeats itself with governments across the entire planet since the beginning of time, it's tyranny. It's about taking over the people.
Totally.
That's what it's about. It always has been. So it's just in disguise right now. And it's like, okay, why is the king being nice to us? I have to ask. So when we can't pay our taxes or give him crops or whatever so he can feed his fat ass, things are tough now, and he just makes it tougher on you.
Yeah.
This is not the right behavior with people that are in power. I'm trying to figure that out. What's going on?
That's another reason why a lot of people are saying this is New World Order. This is the beginning of New World Order.
The New World Order. And I still believe that girl I met, whoever the hell she was, said, I'm going to Canada. And Canada still don't have a lot of cases, right? Not in comparison. And I heard Canada locked everything down.
Yeah, Canada did lock everything down. They are sitting at 598 cases.
It's so interesting. That is so interesting.
But I also question how much they are testing as well, because I've got a lot of Canadian friends. So.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's just really interesting that she just decided out of the blue, and she told me, and she wanted me to go. And then I don't know what happened. I don't even know if it's any of it's true. But she did say that. She goes, I'm going to go to Canada for a while. She had a 2-year plan. She was done in 2 years, whatever that means.
Yeah.
I guess she's going to surrender her Illuminati membership card. But she was going to Canada. She made that perfectly clear. And she said, if I need you to come, will you come? I'm like, yeah, of course. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's very fucking weird, man. I don't like getting into her head because I can't tell you. We stayed up all night, all day, talking. And I've never met a person in my life that just fascinated and floored me in the shit that she was saying and the intelligence level of her. She was either highly intelligent or 100% fucking crazy. But
well, there's with highly intelligent people, there's a little bit of both.
But I'm pretty smart, and I had a hard time following her and absorbing it. And I'm like, but she just kept talking, and I couldn't interact, or I couldn't say anything, or I couldn't ask questions. I couldn't to process it. It was just all this information. And I'm like, well, and that's way too much even for me to process. I never write things down, but I did write things down while we were talking to reflect and go back. And some of the predictions that she made that's going to happen, I'm still waiting for them to happen. But I don't know. But yeah, make no mistake, there's a big war going on with the Illuminati and the New World Order and one and the same. And yeah, there's an agenda. But,
yeah.
Really didn't get what the agenda was, except to change everything to what they want.
Well, yeah. And I mean, who knows what they truly want? You know, this is okay. We're going down that conspiracy rabbit hole.
No more rabbit holes. That's it.
I have spent the last 2 weeks in rabbit tunnels.
I can't take it no more. No, stop. What is it?
But shit.
No, it's shit. Really? That's a bad rabbit hole.
What is up with my brain this morning?
You're doing too much.
I'm sitting here staring at my microphone.
Well, then you're not doing enough.
Maybe that's part of the problem is I'm not bouncing around enough.
There you go.
I'm actually focusing on the conversation and it's screwing me up.
Could be.
Wow. Oh, but yeah, I know we were talking about rabbit holes. Oh, conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and it's all about power.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows.
Yeah, what it ultimately comes back to is, it's what better way to take over the world than infect the whole world.
Yeah. Get
the entire world to lock down. I mean, you know what it reminds me of? Trading Places. Do you remember that movie, Trading Places, with Eddie Murphy and
Dan Aykroyd?
Yes, thank you. That's kind of what it reminds me of. I can totally just see these two Rothschilds, or a Rothschild and one of the other families, sitting there making a dollar bet on if they could scare the world enough that we could get the entire world to lock down at one time.
Right. Yeah.
That's where my brain goes sometimes. It's so stupid.
Well, what this is a transfer of power, and this is something she said too. You reverse engineer whatever you're trying to change, and you reverse engineer it, and then you start over and you flip it. And what this is this is flipping the power. Look what they're doing. Okay, if you really want to analyze this and go really down the fucking rabbit hole, they're unwinding everything that our system and our capitalistic society and even our government is. They're unwinding it. Yeah. So they're unwinding it. Then when they get it unwound to where they can do something about it, then they reverse engineer it and then they flip it. So what they're doing is they're transferring the power, whether you want to fucking admit this or not. Sorry, you went down this hole. So
I know. And I admit it.
So what they're doing, but other people aren't going to be like, you guys are really fucking nuts. I don't know. What they're doing is they're unraveling it, and they're re-engineering it where progressively the power is going to be transferred from the people in the government to the new world order.
Right.
And that was made perfectly clear to me, but not in this fashion. And the easiest way to do that is to scare the living fuck out of people.
Mm-hmm.
Take their job away, take their livelihood away, take their health away potentially, and it'll be like, you know what? Yeah, this stuff never worked. It never did work. We need a change. Please save us. So we're transferring all the power and all the energy to these people so they can go, okay, we'll fix it when they cause the fucking problem in the first place.
Exactly. It's creating a problem and then coming to the rescue to look like the hero.
Exactly.
And it's just like Chris said, at some point, the entire world is going to be begging to be locked down. We already are here.
Yeah, well, you can go fuck yourself. I ain't begging you to do anything because I've seen this coming for a long time, and I don't really care what people think because it's finally happening. I just never thought it would happen. How do you stop it, Wolf Liver? You don't comply. You don't do it. I mean, this is how you fix this thing. Okay, you take your rights back, you follow the Constitution, you do what the founding fathers said, okay, and you say, no, I'm not going to do it. And if they want to put us all out of work and have us sit at home, then you know what? That's what we're going to do. Because once this is all over and you start assimilating yourself back into the system, which is going to be changing, they're already changing the rules. So once you jump back into this and you think it's going to be life as usual, it's not going to be life as usual. Now you're going to start giving them even more power because of your labor and busting your ass. And now you're going to give them the financial power. And then they're going to flip it upside down on you again. And now they're going to have you by the balls. So what you do is you just don't comply. You say, listen, you put me on strike. I'm staying on strike until we go back to the way that it was supposed to be and intended. I'm not contributing to the system anymore. And if that means that you die, sorry, then you die. But I'm not going to be a slave to anybody and give up my freedoms and rights to anybody for whatever purpose that may be.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit what it is. You're not going to break me.
This is another reason why I want my RV, so that way I'm not tied into a rental for a roof over my head. And when the shit hits the fan, like we know it's going to, I can load my critters up and the things that I need, and guess what? They aren't going to find me.
Yeah, and that's what you do. You don't contribute. Well, it's not rise up. That's what they want you to do, and it's because everybody takes that as a revolution.
Yeah, they want to fight.
Grab your gun and this and that. You know, it's like no. You can't contribute to it.
No, you disengage. You completely disengage from their society.
Yes. You don't comply. You don't contribute to the system. You pull out. You do an Atlas Shrugged. Watch the movie Atlas Shrugged. You pull a John Galt. You get out of it. You go, I'm not doing this anymore. Fuck y'all. And if they come after us with force and go, well, no, you're going to comply with violence. Well, then
want to make it better.
Then you don't have a choice. So, but don't fucking take the first shot because that's what
always work from a position of defense, because that way, if things go down, you're not the guilty one. The other person is.
If you want to go into the mountains and find a grizzly bear and punch him in the face, have fun. Have fun. Because that's what you're going to do. You're not going to win. I don't care what size firearm you have. You're still going to have a fight on your hands. That's not how you're going to win. You can't be aggressive. So, and you're going to lose. You're just going to fucking lose. So you don't go around the grizzly. You retreat. You go away. It's like, you know what? I'm not going nowhere near you, and I'm going to survive. And I don't care what you do to me or threaten me or whatever you're going to do or beat me down. They're trying to beat you down into submission. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take everything away from you. One of my son's coworkers had to, and I can't even imagine this because I had to do it once, had to go home and tell his wife and kids that he lost his job.
Oh, that sucks.
What worse thing could a person, forget the gender, the breadwinner in a company, go home and tell your family and your spouse that you lost your job.
Yeah.
And to me, that's nothing. And I'm not saying it's not nothing. I'm just saying, whatever, I lost my job. I'll go get another one, or whatever. I'll deal with it. I mean,
yeah, but when you've got people relying on you, that's different.
I understand that, but I'm saying how you take it personally.
Personally, yeah.
You down.
Yeah, personally, yeah.
And that will beat you down. There's no doubt about it. It will beat you down. But how far is it going to beat you down? Are you going to beat it down to submission and go, okay, I can't do anything. You got me on my hands and knees. I can't feed my kids. I can't feed my wife. I can't do anything. What do you want me to do? Please fix this. That's what they're trying to do.
And they're running a very successful campaign at it too.
I'm not arguing that, but I see through it.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, you're not going to beat me down. You're not going to break me. People have tried. I've been through working for family, working for my dad, marriage, divorce, a sociopath, fucking relocating, not knowing but two people in a whole different state at 53 years old or 54 years old. You're not, it's not going to happen. It's not gonna happen.
I've been through way too much crap in my life. And I've dealt with a lot bigger and badder people than our government is trying to act like.
Yeah, you're just going to have to say no. And I hated that with the whole
just say no.
No, but really, that's what you're going to have to say. You're going to have to say no. I will not comply.
Yeah, I will pack up a tent and live that way if I have to.
That's what I'll do. I'll live out of my car. I'll take my bike. I'll put a tent on the back of it. I don't really care. But no, you're not going to take my freedoms and liberty from me, because once that happens, it's all gone. I don't care if you give me 1,000 a day or 1,000 a week or 1,000 a month. The money, they're paying us off. You're getting paid off. You're getting bribed. You're getting fucking bribed. Quite honestly, this is capitalism. And if you lose your job, you shouldn't get money. If you want to go collect unemployment, that's fine. But the government should not be cutting us checks for $1,000 a month to get us through this. That's just the way the system works. I'm glad they're doing it, but once again, why are they doing it?
Well, and if you notice, well, you're not on Facebook anymore, but
no,
I have to say that I am getting a kick, because we've talked about Bernie and his policies and things that he was trying to put up, and even you said they make sense.
Absolutely, yes, they do.
But anybody who supports Bernie, of course, is a socialist. Guess what, people? It didn't take Bernie. That's exactly the position we are now getting into, is socialism. Bernie ain't in office. He would have done it a better way. Just saying.
Well, Bernie's saying things that you want to hear. So, I mean, he's kind of romancing, he's trying to get you on a date so he can get you in bed. So he's trying to tell you what you want to hear so he can get your vote, and after all that's done, then he's going to disappear like they all did. Well, it's a lot worse than I thought it was. And then we just like, whatever. See you in 4 years. Yeah. Okay. See, I'm not that stupid anymore. I'm not that gullible. Yeah. I've been lied to so many times in my life that it's not that I don't believe people, I don't trust them, but I know when someone's blowing smoke up my ass. And that's what's happening. So.
Yeah, what I was referring to was not so much Bernie's campaign as the fact that everybody's sitting there screaming and hollering what a socialist he is, but that's exactly where we're at now.
Oh, we have been since 2008, easy, even before that. Yeah.
It's people don't get it. They don't understand what democratic socialism is versus like straight up socialism. And we have to have a blend of capitalism and socialism for it to work. Without one, without the other, will always fail.
I just don't believe in free crap, because there's no such thing as free. So that's it's impossible. Nothing.
Well, no, free. It's and that's the thing though. That's another one of those things that people kind of mutate, I guess, is a way to put it.
Yeah.
Because it's not quite there.
Yep. I don't know, but like I said, the government's been, it's like being in an abusive situation, God forbid, and then all of a sudden, the abusive person's being very nice to you. It's like, what are you doing?
Called the honeymoon phase.
Whatever the fuck it's called. That's what's going on right now. Why is there a 180-degree attitude change in your attitude and behavior? What's going on? What are you doing? Or it's gonna come. It's coming.
I have my own theories on that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's all they are. But I'm questioning the behavior.
Oh yeah.
Why are you doing what is your purpose? What are you doing? Why are you being so nice? Why
you're showing me the left hand. What's the right hand doing?
Yeah, what's that hand behind? Yeah, what's that knife in your hand behind your back there? You're gonna stab me with. What is that? So yeah, I don't know. I just don't trust them. I really think that they realize that it's going to be a total catastrophic system failure.
Oh yeah.
And they don't know what to do.
And it's not just us, it's the entire world.
Well, it's the globalists coming down as well.
Yeah.
Globalism's coming down.
Right.
And this probably kind of backfired on them, but they're probably taking a chance on that to go, listen, if they wise up and finally figure out what's going on, we're going to lose control. But if we play it out all the way to the end, take everything away from them, divide everybody even more. I mean, there's generation division now with the millennials and everybody else. They really don't give a flying fuck, apparently. Not all of them, but they don't really care. They think they're going to live forever. And so did I when I was young.
Well, I was about to say that. We all thought that we would live forever and nothing could ever touch us when we were that age.
You're wrong. So trust me, you're wrong. So one day you're going to be 56 like me and go, hey, nobody gets out of here alive. So
we are turning into grumpy old people.
What are you talking about? No, who are you? What the fuck? Get out of my face. Not yet. but they're taking a big chance on this. Either people are going to wise up and wake up and figure what's going on, hopefully, or it's going to be totally driven into the ground and people are going to go, please help me and fix this. And if that happens, it's game over.
Well, that's already happening.
Well, it's starting to happen. It's not done yet. When they declare martial law and they take everything over and this and that, and they hit the reset button, and then they re-engineer it, and then they redo it again, like I was told they're going to do, then the system will slowly come in place, and they're going to hit you with it, and you're going to lose all your rights, all your liberties, all your freedoms, and you're going to be told what to do by control. And you're going to get an RFID chip, and you're getting all these immunities, the shots. So I can't talk. But you're not the only one. And that's the way it's going to be. And you're going to be controlled, and you're going to be cattle. And that's the way it is.
Yeah. Pretty much. And at that point, we're going to have an underground society that refuses to get chipped and refuses to use the 3 seashells.
Right. Yep.
You knew where I was going with that one.
Yeah, Demolition Man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it.
But I mean, that is going to be reality soon.
It's going to turn into Star Wars. You're going to have the rebels and the Empire. I mean, this is, or whatever movie you want to use that has that storyline.
Right.
So, yeah. But the problem is these people have so much power, and they're the elite and the rich, which they forget how they got rich.
Right.
And they just think they know better than everybody else for human mankind. I mean, if they really cared about the planet, they never would have shoved fossil fuels down our throat and saying, this is how you're going to get around. But now, since they made all their goddamn money, now it's hurting the planet, and we made $1 gazillion, so it don't matter if we sell oil anymore. And so now it's about control. Now they're going to tell you what to do because they can, and they think they know better. Well, if you knew so much better, then where's all the Tesla technology that was suppressed and never released? We should all be in flying cars and wireless electric vehicles, which he invented back in the early 1900s. So
can you imagine where we would be if we had gone with Tesla?
We'd be on Star Trek. We would be on Star Trek.
We'd have our food replicators.
We'd have everything. We would have everything, but it would be for the better of mankind, not for greed and a certain class of people to step on other people to rise above them and control them. This is what this is all about. This is all about control. Yeah. So I don't know. You know what? This is just me talking out of my ass, but I'm telling you, and I've allegedly met people that are in this club, this higher up club, one person actually, and I can't confirm or deny it, but it's all very similar and it all aligned with what I saw. And after the meltdown, 2008, I mean, there's an agenda and there's a club and we're not in it, but they're a bunch of cowards and they do it intrinsically and they use your weakness against you for their strength.
Most definitely.
It's on the verge of sociopaths. Sorry. It just is. They don't tell you, they tell you what they're going to do, but then they do it, but they do it in a cowardice way.
Well, I mean, history repeats itself. You know, there's always going to be that group of people that once they get a taste of that power, they have to have total power.
Yeah, I know. So,
and we've talked about the fact that you have to have some narcissistic, sociopathic qualities to even think that you could be a leader of a freaking country.
Yeah, that's why I'll never get into politics. Because I'd want to do for the better. So for the people, and it just, even if it was mayor of Loveland or whatever, it would be like, you know, the people that are above you, that's not what they want. They want total dominance over the people, and now you're threatening them. So they're not going to let that happen.
Speaking of Loveland, by the way, did you see that they have now closed all their facilities and offices?
No, but I when I went to boxing, which was closed, it's a ghost town. It's a freaking Loveland's a ghost town.
Yeah, 8:44 last night. The city of Loveland will close its offices and other facilities to the public beginning Wednesday, March 18th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For a while too.
I'm wondering how are they going to deal with people getting speedy trials and all of that?
I don't know. It's all on hiatus. The world has actually stopped. And I never thought in a million years that it would happen, period, let alone in my lifetime. It stopped. Everything just stopped.
Yeah, it literally has.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, I don't know what to say to people. I mean, I don't want to say I have been through the most challenging things a human being can experience on the planet. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm pretty hardened and pretty tough. I'm not batshit crazy, but that's perspective. I think I'm very rational, and I look at everything in at least 2 or 3 sides of the situation. But you're just going to have to prepare for yourself, and you're going to have to be a better person. Because you mark my words, when people lose everything, they're going to lose their shit.
Oh, yeah.
You think taking toilet paper and hoarding that's a problem. You just wait. Because people are going to lose their shit.
Yes, they are.
And they better not. But they're going to. It's just, I'm not trying to scare people. There's just a percentage of people out there that are just going to go, fuck it, I've had enough. This is nuts. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. And that's what's going to cause even more problems.
And that's why we're going to have martial law in order to control it.
But you're just going to have to step back. You're going to have to find your inner strengths. You're going to have to find your outer strengths. You're going to have to turn things over to your higher power and to God and to pray, because there is power in that. I don't care what you believe. Forget Darwinism and all that shit. There's some things that just one human being cannot handle. And that includes me. And I had to turn it over to God and let it all out. And that's how I dealt with a lot of things. And you're just going to have to learn how to do that. But you're going to have to get more into yourself, not regress, but transfer into yourself. Find out who you really are and find out what you really want. And you're going to have to stick by that at all costs. At all costs. And just pray that things turn out. But if that even means packing your shit up in an RV, or me packing my shit up in my car or my bike and going somewhere where other people think that way and become a reclusive or a rebel or whatever you want to label me, go ahead. But I know where I stand in this, and I'm not changing my stance. So.
Oh, me neither.
So that's it. But if you people succumb to this, you better be very careful because there will be no turning back.
No, there won't. We're already at that point.
But they're beating you down. They're leaving you for dead. But they're gonna go, okay, you have a choice. It's like Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. Join me,
Yeah.
Join me or die. And that's what you're gonna come up to. But they're not gonna put it that blatantly. Okay, well, join us and we'll help you. And when somebody says that's you better run. You better be very afraid of that when that happens. And that's what I'm seeing. It's like they're pounding us down into submission, but we're going to help you. Really? Why?
You got me.
Well, because they want something from you.
Well, yeah. They
And
want your
compliance. When the devil says, I'll help you, believe me, he wants more than just your help. He wants you.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
devil,
they want that compliance.
The devil doesn't need you per se, but he needs your soul. He doesn't need you, but he needs you willingly to give your soul. And that's pretty much the best, easiest analogy that I can use to explain it. When the devil reaches out his hand, says, I know I knocked you down, I tore everything away from you, I'm beating you into submission, take my hand, I will help you. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
There's always a catch.
He wants something from you, and that's your soul. That's your total obedience, and you're going to do what he says. So you think it's submissive now. Try that. Because you're done. You're cooked. There's no way out of that.
On a positive note,
there is no positive in this. It's all gloom and doom. We're all going to die. What?
So Fox had somebody on the other day. A friend of mine sent me the video, and they were talking about the fact that chloroquine, which is used for malaria, is actually showing some positive results. I've been meaning to go down that rabbit hole, and I actually just went ahead and did a search on it because I thought about it. And even Elon Musk is he's saying that he thinks it'll help. France has had a successful trial using it.
Yep.
It's looking like we may actually have something that's already been tested and already in common use to start treating it.
Well, good. I hope that's all true.
Me too.
Yeah, we'll see. But this too shall pass. I just wonder how we're all going to end up on the other side. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern. Because it's going to take years. You think it took long for 2008 for people to recover, which was a minimum of 10 years. It actually was part of my demise. It's going to take at least 10 years, if not 20, if at all, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I don't think anything about our economy, our way of life. I don't think any of it is going to be the same once we get past this.
Yeah, I think our life is changing, and not for the better. So I hope for the better, but I don't think so.
I think we are going to go through a period that is going to be very rough.
Yep.
But I think that when it's all said and done, I think we are going to have a different quote unquote consciousness, if that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, you're going to be tested. There's no doubt about it.
It's one of the things I notice, and I was actually participating in a thread about it, is all these people are freaking out because all of a sudden they're not going to have any money. They're not going to know where their next meal's coming from.
Right.
Well, that's kind of what a lot of us have been screaming and hollering for years.
Yep.
And welcome to their shoes.
I'll tell you what, you think it's bad like that, sign a divorce decree that you have no idea how you're going to meet the obligations, which is a court order.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just another pile of rocks to put on what I've been through.
Well, and that's what I'm saying though, is
Yeah.
people are now gaining an understanding of the struggles that never touched them before.
Exactly. Right.
Yo, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, dude. Have fun. That's what a lot of us have been doing for the last 20 years.
Yeah, and the thing is, the answers won't be there because they're not tangible, but they will come.
Right.
When I signed that thing, I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to pay this. And you know what? It worked out. I got threatened with from my wonderful ex-wife, sweetheart, partner, soulmate, that well, if you can't pay, I'll just get you arrested for contempt of court. It's like, really? So this is what I'm going to tell you. And by the way, the Dow's down 1,174 points. So
Yeah, I've been watching it.
You're going to find out who your allies and your enemies are, and you're going to find out who's going to betray you. And I'm going to tell you this. You're going to be shocked. So just be very careful in who you trust. Don't be surprised to be betrayed by the worst or the best relationship that you may have or you think you have, because betrayal in Art of War is going to come out like you would not believe. So I don't know how you can prepare yourself for that, because I couldn't, but unfortunately, that's what happened to me and a lot of other people. So you just might be on your own, but you can't go through this on your own. And you're going to have to trust people, which took me a long time to do. And if I didn't give a shit, I wouldn't be talking right now. I would just tell all you is to go fuck yourself. And you're on your own. Figure it out, because that's what I had to do. So, and I might be saying some crazy shit and people are going, not me, not my family, not me. Okay. Keep thinking that. And then some people are shaking their head in agreement, go, yeah, it happened to me. And people have no idea what the damage does to a person when it happens to them. So get ready. That's all I can tell you. And listen to the show. Did you hit the mute button? Because I can't hear shit.
Damn it. Yes, I did. I said a couple of things, but yeah, I was on mute.
Oh, you were just really frazzled today. What is up with you?
I don't know. I don't know. My brain is just all over the freaking place today.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of shit going on. I just don't think
I'm awake. I'm not. It's not like I'm like sleepy headed.
I know, but you're getting hit from every angle: emotionally, intelligence, optics, audio, and this is what I think it's a form of anxiety that you can't call anxiety. It's causing some confusion.
And I already have anxiety issues. So.
I know, but it's not adding to your anxiety. It's kind of intrinsically coming up on you from a different angle.
Probably.
So, and that's going to happen with everybody else. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, but you're a little bit frazzled, and that's going to happen to more people because we're getting hit with all this stuff and we're not getting hit with any direction and how to handle it. So I think that's building up subliminally.
Well, yeah, and I go down 20 different rabbit holes a day. So
right. Yeah, and you're just finding a way to vent it and deal with it.
I have too much information in my head that I want to share.
Need input, just like Johnny Five. Fucking robot.
No, I don't need input.
Need no input. No input. No distance.
No more input. Yeah. No more input.
Don't fuck yourself. No
Let
more.
the white rabbit run away.
Leave you alone. Pretty much. Yeah, follow the white rabbit. No shit. Oh my God. All right. Well, it's coming up on 8. So that was interesting. Like I said, I don't really know. I want to thank Chris for coming on and talking. I wish more people would call in and talk, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
I'd like to do a little reminder about our coronavirus dollar bomb. Still waiting to hear back on our bill collectors for the station on whether they're going to help us out and let us dedicate all the money to helping others. Mm-hmm. But right now the dollar bomb is to help us stay live during all of this. as well as to build up a money kitty so that we can help people that are in need by ordering stuff online and having it shipped directly to their house. Every dollar helps. You know, if everybody donates just $1, we'll have a kitty to be able to help so many people, dude.
Yeah, that'd be great, and I hope that does happen. But I'm just going to say this, and I know you won't either. And this is the extreme negative side of it. But if this does go under and go down, and we can't stay on the air, I will be on the air one way or another. So I will do this, and I'm sure you will too.
Oh
And
yes,
I'm
I'll
not
be
saying
here
that's
with
gonna
you.
happen, but I'm not abandoning people. I won't do that. And if I'm on my motorcycle or in my car, I'll buy a Windows laptop. I'll take everything mobile, and I'll do a podcast back on Podbean. So I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, Frida, we're not going anywhere. You know me. I was able to do it before we got this good programming. I can do it again.
Right. No, I know. I'm just saying though, I don't want people thinking that, God forbid, you can't rule out any type of consequences, whether
Oh,
it's
yeah.
positive or negative. You got to look at the worst case scenarios, and you got to look at the best case scenarios. They may never come up with the vaccine, and they may come up with one tomorrow. I don't fucking know. But the thing is that I'm not abandoning people. I'm not going to abandon people.
No,
I'm here to
no,
stay.
we will be here.
Yeah.
And I'm
In
not
one-
going to let you do it by yourself either.
In one way or another, we'll be here. You're stuck with us. You're stuck. We're never going away. So there you go. Just don't give up hope. But yeah, if you people like what you're hearing, it's $1. I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Send $1 in to help support this network. And yeah, and that's all I can tell you. I don't think Mel's going to try to sell shit. And the stuff that they're selling is for your benefit, like Patriot Fruit Supply and blah, 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 blah. But I don't think we're going to go down all the marketing of trying to sell crap to sell crap to sell crap.
No, that's not our purpose.
I think the honor system's way better. You should donate what you think you should. So, you got to put a little money back into something, because unfortunately, that's how the world works right now. So do what you can, but don't do it out of guilt. Do it out of obligation. Or listen, this was worth $1 to me today. Then send in $1. What's it gonna? It's not gonna change your life. So, but this may change someone else's life. So there you go. Yeah, $50 and get a Red Pill Show T-shirt. There you go.
I was actually just typing this out, but I'll go ahead and just say it. Because of Bonnie's wonderful $50 donation, we are actually coming up with a new shirt design specifically for VIPs like Bonnie.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
So your shirt will be on the way. I've just got to finish designing it, Bonnie.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But we decided, Scarlett and I decided that we needed to do something more special and more geared, like personally towards those donors that donate $50 or more. We needed to do something like more personalized and special.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Well, whatever works, man. I don't care. Give a shit. So, that's great. We need people like that. So that's a great idea. Yeah, because the design that, I don't know if, does mine say Freedom Revolution Network on it? It does, doesn't it?
Yes, it does at the bottom.
Yeah, we need to do that. Or, I'm a proud
Yeah.
member of the Freedom Revolution, or the Revolution. I mean, that's up to you guys. That's marketing crap. But that's a great idea.
So far I think what we're going to end up going with is I support the revolution, the Freedom Revolution.
Yeah,
And have VIP, their name, things like that. So
yeah, or be a part of the revolution.
yeah, something having to do with the Freedom Revolution and
something
being a
that-
part of that revolution.
Yeah, something that has a ring to it. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
That's why it's taking a little bit of time to come up with, because I've been on a little bit of an overload. So
Well, you can't even talk or type. So how the hell you?
Right. I tell people, I can read Taiwanese, I can write Taiwanese, and I do sometimes speak it, and I'm proving it today.
Yep, you're excelling. You're setting an example for everybody. Good job. That's what we try to do here. Set an example for being confident. Thank you. What was I talking about? Who are you? Where am I?
I'm Joe Biden.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, on that note, say goodbye, everybody. I'm going to go buy an AR-14 and run for Senate. So say goodbye to everybody in the chat room, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, right? We got nothing going on tonight. Tomorrow morning.
I'll have to double check and see if we're going to talk to Danny. And if not, then we'll probably just wait until tomorrow.
All right, guys. So thanks for listening to all the gloom and doom. I'm not going to really apologize. That's just the world that we live in, and to be apathetic about it is not the way to handle it.
No.
We got to talk about it, work through it, resolve it, and come up with some type of half-ass action plan to deal with this stuff. But trust me, a lot of people are going to get hit with a lot of shit, and they're not going to be able to deal with it. And that's all we're trying to do. This is real radio. You know, it's funny she says that because. Yeah. When I was doing the show back in Illinois, I would have my friends and people come up to me, and I didn't even know they were listening, which is really, it's amazing. And they go, you know what I really like about your show is it's real. That's what they all said. They said this and they said that, but they all said it's real. And it is real. I'm sorry. That's the fucking reality of it. It is real.
Well, yeah. And that's because of the fact that we are so quote unquote real. We bounce back and forth. We throw the humor in there. We interject with stuff that's absolutely not related, you know. Just and it helps ease some of that negativity.
It is. And really, I didn't care, you know, I like the show. I think it's great and it's real. Yeah, I really could care less if you like this show. I could give a flying fuck if you like this show. If you like the network and everybody else and Ron's show and everybody, that's fine. I don't care if you like this show. What I do care, though, is that when you tell me that it's real.
Exactly. That means a whole lot more.
All I care about is that it's real. I don't want you to like it. Hell, I don't even want you to like me. I don't really care. I want you to say, yeah, this is real, because this is about you. This isn't about me or Mel or even this stupid-ass network. Sorry, that's not stupid, but you know what I mean. But when somebody would come up to me and say, I really like your show. I listened to it, which threw me for a loss. And it's real. I like it because it's real. That's it. That's all I care about. So.
Yeah. I mean, you know, one of the big things that we used to teach whenever we were doing our business education show was authenticity. And I'll tell you what, Tim, you and I are about as authentic as we can get.
No, we're crazy. We're as crazy as you can get. That's not authentic. If you want to call it that, that's fine. No, I agree.
Hey, showing our crazy is authentic.
Yeah. Well, I had a close friend that's not a friend to me anymore, and not for this reason. He goes, yeah, Tim, you're a little crazy. And I'm like, you know what? If you want to perceive that as craziness, that's fine. I kind of understand that, you know, you're not really listening and looking into what I'm saying.
Right.
You're just looking at it superficially. Well, that's crazy. My parents and my family think I was fucking nuts for buying storable foods, which ironically, I put some at my sister's house and she threw it out. And now you go into the grocery store.
She's kicking her butt right now.
If I would have said, you're going to go into the grocery store and people are going to fight over toilet paper and there's going to be no meat in the meat aisle and no milk and no eggs and none of this crap. And by the way, all the soup's gone too. Because I want to.
Oh, yeah. The soup shelves are gone.
Yeah. And you know what? When are people going to get smart and start buying alcohol? The freaking beer cooler was full of beer. What is wrong with you people? How stupid are you? That's the first thing that should have been gone. The wine and the beer and the hard liquor. No, the case is loaded with freaking alcohol.
You just totally reminded me of my last trip to the store. Oh, man.
Okay, well,
so we're going through the aisles, and we get to the aisle that has the beer and sodas. And we see all the pictures and the memes of funny things that you can tell somebody switched out. We literally saw one of those 12 packs of toilet paper in the beer cooler.
Really?
Yes. Somebody put the toilet paper and took the beer. I bet we about died laughing. It's like, yeah, somebody made a choice right there.
Perfect. That's perfect. Yeah. But see, I would have been called labeling crazy for that. Why are you buying this stuff? And I heard that. Why are you buying this? Why are you buying this? I go, well, you know what? One day you're going to walk in, and like I said, people are going to fight over toilet paper. They're not going to buy beer. I don't even know idea why. But the meat's going to be gone. All this stuff is going to be gone. And you may need this someday. Oh, you're fucking crazy. Really? Yeah. And the city of Chicago, everything's going to be shut down. San Francisco is going to be shut down. Everybody's going to lose their job. The stock market's going to plunge. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. I don't take any pride in being right in this stuff. I don't want to be right. It's not about being right. But yeah, you're going to be called crazy. But what is insane about self-survival and self-reliance? To a point. Don't take
absolutely
it to
nothing, in my opinion.
No, you just want to survive. What's wrong with surviving? And then if you're a dad or a mom, you have to provide and protect for your family, which I did. But I think they thought I was a little batshit crazy too. But that's because I don't want to get into it. There are some other factors in that. But yeah, I mean, now look, I never dreamt in a million years today that we would be looking at what we're looking at. I never did. Not even me. Not by my wildest imagination of insanity. But it's real.
I got to interrupt here for a moment. So I just reloaded my stats page, as I always do before we
for
get
the
off the show.
coronavirus.
And okay, so yesterday there was almost 2,000 case difference between us and France.
Okay.
There is now 429 difference.
So we're catching up, and we're probably going to surpass, I would assume.
We are now at, okay, I don't even remember what it was this morning. It was like 6,500 and something this morning. We are already 2 hours. We've been on the show for 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
We are already up another 890 cases. We are up to 7,301 cases just in the last 2 hours. It has gone up over 700.
Yeah, it hasn't even hit the exponential thing yet, which it's going to. So that,
we're hitting that exponential today, dude.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's going to start happening, and it's going to go exponential.
Oh, that's
People
just
can't
freaking crazy.
People can't comprehend the exponential factor. They just can't. You're doubling that number every time. So
we're going to start moving up that list of case numbers.
Yep. Oh yeah. I don't know what to say. Just get ready.
Cow.
Get ready.
Sorry, that just totally blew my mind.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
I was expecting another 100, maybe,
Yeah, no.
not another 700.
No, people can't fathom the exponential math formula, and yeah, it's not going to be 1 + 1 + 1 + 2.
No.
It's that tell two friends horseshit commercial that we freaking played.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago.
I mean, we went up 700 cases just in the last 2 hours.
Yeah. And then it's going to be 1,400. That's the exponential. It's not going to be another 7. It's going to be another 14.
I need to take a day off and just go into my game and just play my game all day long.
Play some Evercrack.
I really need to.
Yeah.
I keep telling myself I'm going to take a break and just play my game for a little bit. But then it's 10 o'clock at night the next thing I know.
Yeah. Good morning, Bonnie. She woke up late. Who's that? Is that a game?
Probably that would be my phone. Spam calls. I get so many spam calls.
Okay. All right. Well, I really got to go. It's 8:09. Ding dong. Somebody calling? I can't take a phone call. Who's this? Somebody calling?
Yes. Hey, that's Ron.
That's Ron. Hey, Ron. How you doing? Is he trying to?
I think he's trying.
Is he trying?
He's trying. Did you unmute him?
I didn't. He's not muted. I can't even control him. It's on his end. Is he starting a show and he doesn't know we're on?
I don't think so.
I don't know. He just took off his headphones because I see him.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Well, I got to end the show anyway. So if you guys want to come back on and continue it, or I mean, I have to end this, otherwise nobody else can get on, right? I keep
Right.
I gotta end it.
Yeah, let me shoot him a text real quick before we shut off.
Yeah, because I really got to go anyway. I mean, I got one job to do, probably my last job. Hopefully not. But
And he's not muted or anything?
no, it just says Freedom Revolution is connecting to audio, and it's just saying that, and I can't. I get to have stop video, blah 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 blah.
Weird.
I could make him the host.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Just make him the
All right,
host real
I'll
quick.
just hand the football over to Ron, and I'm gonna go. So yeah, I'm not even gonna end the show. I'm just gonna go. But thanks for listening. And Ron's coming on, and Melissa can stay on, and maybe I'll come back in a couple hours and jump back in if you're still on. I don't know, but thanks for listening. And yeah, you don't have to leave the chat room. And if not, I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right.
Okie doke. Good night,
All right.
Gracie.
All right. Good night. See you later. Do you want to change host? Yes, I do. Okay. So I just handed him the football.
Okay.
So
That
there you go.
works.
All right. See you later.
Later. Have a good day.
I'll leave now. I can leave the meeting. All right. I'll leave the meeting.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, hit me up when you get off work.
Okay. I will. All right. Bye-bye.
Hey, Ron. Can you hear me? Oh, this is kind of funny. I don't know if Ron even realizes he's live. Y'all give me just a sec. I am trying to get a hold of Ron. Hey, Ron, do you realize that you're live? Oh, yeah, you're still connecting to audio, so we couldn't hear you or anything. But you're already in there. We're actually live. Well, all you have to do, it's connecting. Okay, it's trying to connect your computer audio. So you should have a pop-up window somewhere saying to connect to the audio. There we go. Oh, really? You've got yourself muted. You got to unmute yourself. Yeah, I was trying to figure out why I was hearing you on the phone and not on my earpiece. And I'm going to go ahead and once we get you live, I'm going to Okay, I can hear you on my earpiece now.
Okay, awesome.
I'm going to go ahead and leave the meeting and let you actually, why don't you, since
You
you're
don't even
talking
have to
about
leave
Earth.
the meeting.
Okay, well, I've been on since like 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
Now,
is Tim still on?
No, he had to go to work.
Okay. All right, folks. This is Ron Tyler with the Emergency Management Associates coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, and the crossroads of the West. We have come on the air briefly to let you know that we have had a 5.7/5.8 magnitude earthquake that had hit Salt Lake City at approximately 7:09 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
The epicenter is in Magna, Utah, M-A-G-N or M-A-G-N-A, Magna, Utah, M-A-G-N-A, Utah. And all of these earthquakes here are centered in that area. Again, 7:09 a.m. this morning, we had a large 5.7/5.8 magnitude earthquake with an epicenter in Magna, Utah. We've since had 4 aftershocks. The first one coming at 7:15 this morning, a 3.7, then a subsequent 3.9 magnitude aftershock at 7:22, and at 7:23, a 3.9 magnitude earthquake, and then 9 minutes later at 7:32, another 3.9 magnitude earthquake. Again, folks, we are coming to you live. We've had a large earthquake in Salt Lake City that happened on the the northwest side of the city in Magna, Utah, 5.7, 5.8, with 4 subsequent aftershocks in the same area. We have no reports of damage, but we have reports of power outages. We have reports of people saying that pots and pans came off of hooks that they had on the ceiling, pictures falling off the walls,
Holy
and that kind of
cow.
thing, things falling off shelves. But we've had no significant earthquake damage to speak of, even though this was a large earthquake here in Salt Lake City, Utah. We typically get minor shaking in the south end of the valley, but we've had nothing to speak of here anywhere else. This is kind of a surprise for us here in Salt Lake City. We have actually been expecting a large quake here in Salt Lake, but it has not happened until now. We just got another report of a 3.4 magnitude earthquake and a 2.8 magnitude earthquake that just hit just a few minutes ago. We are probably going to be getting aftershocks from this earthquake for the next 72 hours or maybe even longer after this large earthquake that hit Salt Lake City, Utah at 7:09 a.m. The local stations are also reporting this earthquake. We don't have any reports right now of any major damage at all, but we continue to get these aftershocks here in Salt Lake City. We've also had a report of a 4.0 magnitude earthquake that hit at hit at 20 minutes after. So we've actually had a 4.0 magnitude quake as well. Now the depth of these earthquakes is ranging from 1 mile beneath the surface of the earth to approximately 4 miles beneath the earth. 9 kilometers, which is approximately 4 miles. One aftershock had it at 1 mile beneath the earth here. We're looking at other reports here. We've actually had a 4.4 magnitude earthquake aftershock here. Almost right, well, this one was at 8:02 a.m., which is a little less than an hour after the original earthquake. So we've had many aftershocks, 4.4, 4.0, 3.4s, 4.4, 4.0. The earthquakes continue to hit Salt Lake City one after the other, as would kind of be surprised at what we're getting here. I was going to give you a feed from the local Fox News, but all of a sudden we lost their signal and we just got it back. I am looking to see if we can get the live feed from Fox restored here.
This is just coming in right now. Yeah, it's a great question. I got a team that was good. That right away. Figured they're gonna well, we want to let our hair and stuff to what I expect. We want to let our viewers know that nonetheless, the exit northbound from I-80 westbound goes right now. So it has some repercussions if you're trying to get to the airport.
We have had a highway ramp that has sustained damage, and the highway off ramp is closed from the Interstate 215 to the Interstate 80 interchange here in Salt Lake City. The airport is not currently operational. The tower, the FAA tower, has been evacuated, and the terminals and concourses at Salt Lake International Airport have been evacuated. The road to the airport has also been closed. So we have had some damage that happened right north of the Magna, Utah area. Power is out to 55,000 customers here in the Salt Lake Valley as well.
We're not sure if that's exactly the number right now, but we're out there working. Our crews are working on it. This is a better stressful time for everyone. Kind of things this is one more thing. To these kinds of things. And so our crews are out there, they're gonna hopefully have people back on power. And excuse me, we're gonna have a better sense here pretty soon.
We keep losing the feed from Fox News here in Salt Lake City, Fox 13 in Salt Lake City. The feed keeps going in and out apparently. And Fox 13 is also located out near the airport here in Salt Lake City.
How can you respond? Glitches. Many of these are in so it's remote customers. Our system works when we get outage calls. A few folks, the entire is included in those numbers, and so we make an estimate of what we're doing right now. You know, we letting us know. So that is an estimate at this point. We'll know.
So we do have damage here in the Salt Lake City area. As you saw right from the feed here.
Of damage, and can we expect more?
Well, I think it can be a lot of things, but in this situation, it's very possible that breaker switches off, and they'll go along, have crews go out and set the structure, and then they'll be able to start putting things up. But At this point, it's certainly like it cause your and
looking at where these are being reported. Look, Magna, Salt Lake City, and it looks like even as far as the
We continue to get a broken signal out of the Fox 13 newsroom in Salt Lake.
And so it certainly could have caused damage to the system that far north.
If folks have a problem and they're trying to notify you that they're without power, and I'm sure you're getting a million calls right now, what is the best way to alert you that they need help?
Well, it's actually important that people call in. We use that information in our registration process, so you can't just think, oh, my neighbors have certainly called it in. Go ahead and call it in. You can use our app. Notifications. You can pull up.
As you can see, they have video of a store camera showing that product on the store shelves was thrown off during the earthquake.
You can also go online and look at our outage map.
Hey, Spencer, you're doing a great job explaining all this to us, and I know that you're probably pretty frenetic where you are right now as well as it is here. You may have already said this while I was looking at some notes, but do you have an ETA when people might be able to get their power at some point today?
We're still assessing the situation, but we're certainly working everybody back on as quickly as possible. Looks like things could be a couple hours, but we certainly want people to to stay calm in this situation. So get down power line. If there's any damage, and then we'd have so sometimes there can settle the things like so. Board is closed. Don't go out and inspect. Call us. We'll come back. We'll come.
Folks, we're going to try to bring up the feed live on the internet here so you can see it.
And should you find out anything
So you
else,
can just stand by with us. We're going to try to bring this feed up here.
that have power that'll
Probably need to go out and buy toilet paper, right? So we're going to go with Allison Krogan, who is standing by in the traffic center right now. So what do you have going on over there, Allie?
You know what I'm noticing? That I think some of our lights, when they were shaking like crazy in the studio, maybe that's why I look so dark right now, but that's okay. Still important information that I can guys, regardless of if I'm lit up or not. Northbound I-15, we do have a couple of crashes to tell you about. First, I want to talk right now. You can see we were getting reports of some debris on the ground. So we have seen pictures coming in of some bricks crumbling, things like that. So we do have quite a bit happening on the roads right now, mostly in the areas near the epicenter, which is out on the west side. This is a crash that happened just before the earthquake, northbound I-15. The I-80 westbound exit ramp has been closed for about 4 hours. Behind that, there's a new crash, northbound I-15.
Okay, the exit ramp from Interstate 215, which is a feeder route from Interstate 15. The 215 ramp was closed due to construction, so it had nothing to do with the earthquake today here in Salt Lake City.
So as we go ahead and
I'm trying to find the live feed from Fox News here.
Right now on 5600 West S201 heading and near the airport. The road to the airport is closed. To get off at the exit. Those are closed right now. Highway very slow near SR 201. Redwood Road very slow, especially from I-250.
I'm not seeing it.
The
Darn
west
it.
side, we're going to have this.
That doesn't make sense. I would have thought that we'd have the live feed we'd be able to bring up.
I-15 looks good right now. As we just heard, got bridges are reported to be just Provo, no problem. I-80 up towards Park City, Parley's Canyon looks nice. We did have some snow coming down earlier this morning. Unfortunately, our cameras are down right now, so I can't show you what that looks like. I-15 from Ogden down into Layton and Kaysville, what normally becomes a trouble spot, that looks good right now.
I'm just looking for the live feed here.
over towards Salt Lake City into North Salt Lake and downtown, where we're starting to see quite a bit of slowing. So treat that as a four-way stop. If you come across any of those stoplights that aren't functioning, careful. I've reports in from some of you guys. Somebody tweeted something. While
I'm just still looking here.
It was shaky. So rather more quick for you. That's what we
Fox 13 studio is reporting light shaking still where they're at, and they are right near the airport, within probably about a mile of the airport here in Salt Lake City.
Just going on right now at the Salt Lake City airport. Evacuations are still away as they're getting people out of here. It's not operational. The FAA shaking pretty hard. They had to evacuate people from there, and that could be one of the main. It's not because have the air traffic control work up there to direct airplanes, so they probably had to reroute all of the.
It's interesting here. This is going on like it is.
Control workers up there. The other thing that we've seen is water at the port. Most likely, the sprinklers, the fire suppression sprinkler system, that broke. See this video right here. Step over the water.
I'm just looking
and,
here.
I don't know if there's further damage than right at the port, though.
And of course,
I'm looking here for the live video here.
We're trying outside the airport because they've been evacuated. Let's talk to Todd Tanner. Here we have him on the phone. Todd, good morning.
Good, Gary and Dad. How are you?
Well, hanging in there.
I don't see the live feed here. This is really weird.
It's a very interesting morning.
Here we go. We've got it.
For people out here in some cases, because the terminal, so it's inside the building. I came out with everybody else. I sent some photos to the station. We'll get those up for you as fast as possible. But the inside of the building is an absolute ghost town. Everybody is outside right now.
already anyway, but would you say that we still have large crowds out there?
Yeah, there are still a lot of people here, and I drove past the flight boards in the little park and wait area on my way into the airport, and it looks like a number of flights have been canceled. They're all saying delayed. There basically were no incoming arrivals still. So there's a lot of people now just here figuring out what to do. I'm not sure. I haven't heard word yet about whether or not any air traffic has actually been redirected to other airports. That's something that we will look into.
Well, imagine how bad it'd be on a busy day, you know, when you have a conglomeration of people who are flying on a daily basis right now. That conglomeration is probably a little bit smaller, but hard to tell when everybody's all grouped together. So thanks a lot, Todd.
Todd, thank you. Keep us posted. All right, let's send it over to Damon Yanni. I think we're going to talk about aftershocks. Is that right, Damon?
Aftershocks and the initial earthquake. Wanted to explain the graphics that's right here at the bottom corner of your screen. This is information that's plotted on this map from the U.S. Geological Survey, and the bigger dots here indicate the stronger earthquakes. In fact, the big yellow one just off the coast or offshore of Great Salt Lake is the initial earthquake we had just after 7 o'clock, about 4 miles northeast of Magna. The medium-sized dots indicate on the scale, Richter scale of 4.0 or less, and the smaller dots 3.0 or less. The dots that are red are within the last hour. Obviously, we've had those aftershocks continuing to shake things up. The ones in the yellow indicate that it's more than an hour old. And obviously, as the morning progresses and we do continue to get more aftershocks, we'll see more of these reports popping up. But just wanted to give you a heads up as you're looking at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's what all this information indicates.
All right, thanks, Damon. Let's, if we can, let's pull up some of the video we have received of damage as we go over what we know at this point. A 5.7 earthquake hitting this morning, and this is what's happened to some of those older buildings in the downtown area, obviously because of their age, suffering some damage. We have had many, many aftershocks, as Damon was just talking about, and some of those quite strong, so there may even be some more damage. At this point, we know 55,000 people are without power, and that number could go up. We talked to Spencer Hall, and he thought most of that was the result of damage, not the tripping of a circuit breaker, but it could be both of those things. We're expecting, again, more aftershocks. In the hundreds is what we've been told we could expect, maybe more. This was a moderate earthquake. And take a look at the damage here. This is near the Rio Grande building that is downtown, near a homeless shelter there. We haven't heard any reports of any injuries, which is, you know, good news right now. But you could see that had anyone been walking out there this morning, it could have been very different.
So we've gotten a lot of reports of damage, not just what we're looking at here, but a lot of buildings also with their fire suppression sprinklers have been broken. And so there's going to be water damage, even if there isn't damage to the structures themselves. And so we've got a lot of places that are evacuated right now just as a result of that. And also an abundance of caution to make sure that these buildings and homes are structurally sound still. But we're looking at quite a bunch of damage, more than you would anticipate with a 5.7. And I think one of the reasons is because this 5.7 hit right underneath, just about right underneath Magna in the Great Salt Lake between Antelope Island and the marina in the Great Salt Lake. And I think it is so close to such a large population base that there's going to be more damage. This wasn't just out in the wilderness somewhere, and then we feel the ripples of the initial shock. So we're going to go over to Tamara Vaifanua, who's at the University of Utah Seismology Center right now, to find out what they are discovering is more. They keep on analyzing the data and are figuring out more. Tamara?
Hi, Dan and Carrie. Yes, so much information to track this morning here at the University of Utah Seismograph Station. You can see just behind me here the monitor that they have set up where they're compiling all this information, essentially looking at aftershocks throughout the state here. But they have released some information that I just received here that I wanted to pass along. As we've been mentioning all morning, a 5.7 magnitude earthquake with the epicenter near Magna. Now, they are reporting that today's earthquake was the largest earthquake to occur in Utah since a magnitude 5.9 earthquake back in 1992. And this was in the area near St. George. It's the southwestern part of the state. So today's earthquake is quite a big one. In talking to Keith Coper earlier today, who is the director of the seismograph stations, he had told me that this big of a quake happens every 10 years. So we certainly were due for one. What makes this one even more alarming, though, down in Cary, is that it hit so close to a populated area. And he mentioned that we should certainly expect some strong aftershocks. And you have been reporting that folks have been letting us know that they have been feeling these aftershocks. Some of the information just passed along to me just a few moments ago as part of this release. As far as the aftershocks, they say there have been numerous ones, including 20 of magnitude 3.0 or larger during that first hour. Again, this earthquake hitting just after 7 o'clock this morning, 7:09 a.m. to be exact. So feeling some pretty big aftershocks. The largest aftershock so far that's been reported is a 4.6 magnitude aftershock, and that was about at 7:14, so just about 5 minutes after the initial earthquake. So down in Cary, we are going to be posted here at the U of U seismograph station throughout the morning, and we have seismologists here working feverishly, gathering all this data, compiling it all for us, and trying to make sense of it all. As you can imagine, they are very busy. For now, we're going to send it back to you.
Tamara, I'm just curious, do they bring in more people on a day like today? Because I can't imagine that this would be just another day at the office, even though we have a lot of earthquakes generally in Utah. Just a lot of them aren't felt, or they're in the middle of nowhere.
Well, Dan, their protocol is somewhat changed due to coronavirus and making sure that they have enough crews in place. They do have crews that were on call, and so just because of those circumstances, things have been a little they've been changed due to the result of that. So now factor in this earthquake. They have certainly called in more people, as much as possible due to these unforeseen circumstances. So we arrived here just before 8 o'clock, and we were met here by one of the seismologists. So they were scrambling to get in here as well. Of course, they experiencing it as well. So definitely all hands on deck, and they are working hard to make sure that we get these numbers out as soon as possible.
Tamara, I am surprised at the number of aftershocks. So over 20 that were over a 3.0. That's a big number. And then, of course, that 4.6 that happened right after the initial quake. Thank you. Good information. We'll check in with you again in just a bit. Thanks.
All right, we're going to go to Joe Doherty with the Division of Emergency Management. We talked to you earlier, Joe, right after this thing happened, and I can imagine you've got a little bit more information than what you had initially. So what do you know so far about what's going on out there and damage and things?
Yeah, so just to reiterate, everyone is waking up to a magnitude 5.7 earthquake today. This is the largest earthquake that Utah has had since 1992. That earthquake was a 5.9 magnitude in St. George. So completely different area of the state. For a lot of us, this is a brand new experience. So we're starting to hear some reports about some damage that has been reported. We're hearing about a lot of non-structural damage, some water lines breaking in buildings, potentially some exterior brick damage to older buildings as well. We're hearing about power outages, as many as tens of thousands may be without power right now. And these are all things that we do expect from an earthquake of this size. This can be fairly strong shaking when you have a magnitude 5.7. And remember, the magnitude really says how much energy is released. That doesn't tell you how much shaking you're actually going to feel or the damage. That's why we look at something called the shaking intensity. There's another scale people may not know is the modified Mercalli scale. And you can look that up and you can see that what we felt was about a level 6, which is strong shaking, especially in the area of the epicenter in Salt Lake County.
That is so interesting. I wondered about that. The shaking did seem to go on for some time. Do we know how long it actually lasted? It felt like a long time.
You know what? That's the interesting thing about a stressful event is your brain starts to catalog everything that it can remember about this. And so you have this massive data that is being loaded into your brain, and it feels like a long time. I grew up in Southern California, and I went through the Northridge earthquake in 1994. I thought that earthquake must have lasted for at least a minute. Total shaking, that one, 20 seconds. In this case, that is about what we are seeing reports of, 15 to 20 seconds of shaking that happened from this earthquake today. So, yeah, it does feel like a long time. You're going to hear that story a lot. It's totally normal. that it felt like it goes on and on. For me, my experience, I live in Davis County. It was a light rumble, started getting stronger and stronger, and then once it settled, we felt more of that rolling motion. So, yeah, there's a different experience for everybody depending on where you are.
And also what you've experienced before as well. If you've been through a few of these larger earthquakes, then you start to process them in a different way. So, Joe, what does the Division of Emergency Management do specifically during an event like this?
Yeah, so our agency is an interesting one because we are the information gatherers. It's our job to make sure that that the governor has all the information that he would need in case there were any executive actions that needed to take on behalf of state government. But what we do expect is that people will check on their employees. They will assess the readiness to work, and people, we do expect across the state for people to start like public safety agencies.
In a couple minutes for an interview.
We expect public safety agencies to do some verification around their communities. What does public infrastructure look like? Are roads and bridges okay? Schools, other public buildings that may need to be used. And so we need to make sure that our local partners are doing everything that they need to do. They will make reports up to us, and we can provide reports to the governor if needed. We expect to provide information throughout the day on social media as well, and we'll be making ourselves available to you. This is a good day to remind people that in an emergency, we should text first and talk second. Text messages are going to get through much more easily than a phone call because a phone call uses so much more data. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping the phone lines clear for any critical communications that have to happen.
Okay, good information. Let me ask you this then, since you brought it up. Do you expect any executive action to be taken by the governor based on what information you've been collecting then?
Right now, Governor Herbert has already declared a state of emergency for the coronavirus. So we're already functioning under a state of emergency right now, and that gives the governor powers, all sorts of executive powers that he can use in an emergency. Although I wouldn't expect a state of emergency to be declared for this earthquake, just because even though it was strong shaking, the public infrastructure is generally still functioning and working. I mean, people are going to work, and we haven't heard any reports of injuries yet. But our State Emergency Operations Center is activated. Right now, we've been activated for a couple of weeks because of coronavirus. And so we were already in a state of readiness to respond today if needed.
Okay, so this earthquake hit now an hour and a half ago, just about an hour and a half. Joe, would you expect that if there were injuries, we would have heard about them by now?
That's a really good question. People don't often report their injuries right to government. They're going to be talking to family and friends. They might,
thank you.
They might call, an emergency line like, 911, especially if there's a critical injury. That's why we want to make sure that people stay off the phone lines as much as possible to make sure phone calls can get through to emergency responders if needed. We will be looking for those reports today from our emergency managers across the state. And we'll definitely let you know if those have happened, but it is unlikely from an earthquake of this magnitude.
Joe Doherty with the Division of Emergency Management. Thank you so much again. Thank you for talking with us. Good information. We'll keep passing it along. Keep us informed. And we're going to talk to someone else with our team right now.
Yeah, Lexi Johnson is out live, and she's got an interview to tell us a little bit more about what's going on in the downtown area this morning. Lexi?
Good morning, Dan and Carrie. Yeah, we're seeing some damage in downtown. We are at 400 South and West Temple at Cafe Melisse. And I am with the owner of Cafe Melisse, Fred Mosinger. And Fred, taking a look at this damage outside, I mean, you're just getting here this morning as well after you felt the earthquake. What are your initial thoughts seeing all of this?
Well, it's obviously very disheartening to come and see. I'm just really glad that no one was hurt. Obviously, we had a couple contractors here this morning doing some repairs in the basement, and they heard what they thought was an explosion, and came out, and I called them down as soon as I woke up and hustled down here, and it's tough to see. It's sad,
And we're seeing all of this brick here all along the sidewalk, but it looks like the outside of the building isn't really damaged that much. So where is all of this brick coming from?
So there's a parapet wall. We have a flat roof, and there's a little parapet wall. And so that brick and the cap were obviously shaken loose and fell down from, well, 2.5 stories up. So that's where all of that's from.
Yeah, and luckily no one was on the sidewalk at that time, so no one was hurt. Speaking of damage inside, was anything damaged?
No, we just did a bunch of structural retrofitting when we remodeled the building 1.5 years ago. So it's really sound inside the building. We had one light fixture, just the glass part came off and shattered on the floor. And we had a flower vase that was knocked off the host stand. But besides that, inside looks great. This is just, this got the brunt of it, I guess. So
what are your next steps? Where do you go from here?
Well, we already had limited seating from the COVID-19 declaration, so we're not limited seating, but no seating. We were doing takeout, but we're going to suspend that for today. We're worried about aftershocks and obviously everyone's safety, so we've called all of our employees off for the day, and then we'll get it cleaned up and have a structural engineer come and look at it and make sure everything is safe and kind of try and regroup from there.
All right. Thanks so much for speaking with us, Fred. And so, again, we are seeing damage like this in the downtown area. I also noticed on my drive down a couple of stoplights were out on 600 South and 400 West as well. So, again, we could be seeing some more aftershocks. So if people are out and about, take it easy, take shelter, and don't go out if you don't have to. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Luckily, nobody was hurt in that. I mean, if anybody was walking by, it could have been very dangerous. Thanks, Lexi. Just got a picture here also texted to me, Carrie, of the trumpet that fell off the Angel Moroni statue on top of the Salt Lake Temple, which is under construction, well, reconstruction right now. But that had nothing to do with the construction. It has everything to do with the earthquake. So an iconic statue on top of the Salt Lake Temple has lost its trumpet as well in this.
All right, let's go over what, again, that's unfortunate. That's too bad. Okay, sorry, I'm getting information from producers. Let's go to Ben Winslow. He's up on the Hill. Let's see what's going on at the Capitol. Ben.
Well, we are waiting for official word from state leaders to see exactly, the full extent of the damage as they calculate it, certainly. And just waiting to see exactly what happened. I can tell you that at least in my journeys up here, relatively minor as far as damage. I've just seen some homes that have had it's just some bricks, some of the older homes, older apartment buildings in the downtown Salt Lake City Capitol Hill area that have just had some things fall off, but nothing major as far as damage. The Capitol, of course, certainly doing fine because it underwent a major seismic upgrade a number of years ago in the early 2000s, I believe. And, this building kind of designed to withstand this. But this is, of course, where a lot of state leaders are going to be based out of. And so we're going to be hopefully getting some answers soon as far as what happened, the extent of the damage, if there's any injuries, if there is, God forbid, any fatalities or anything like that. We hope to get answers very shortly. But again, what we've been seeing, at least in the area around Capitol Hill, fairly calm, not a lot of damage, which is very, very fortunate.
Ben Winslow reporting live from the Capitol. Right now, we're going to go over to Big Buddha, who is with the Magna Fire Department. And I bet they have been hopping today.
Yeah, and you know what? We call out everybody, including our entertainment reporter, to help us out in a situation like this. B, thanks for stepping in.
Things are real when you send the funny guy out to report on real serious news. So I got to take off my funny hat and try to be like a serious reporter. We're here live on location. We're basically the epicenter of where the earthquake happened, the 5.7. We're with the man in charge, Captain Robertson. Can you give us an update? I know we can see some damage behind us. And right now, people are probably scared already with the coronavirus. To add on top of that, this earthquake. What can you tell us, please?
Yeah, this does just complicate things. But yes, so most of the damage we're seeing is out here in Magna right now on Main Street. Currently, I can tell you we have 9 structures that we feel like have been assessed or damaged. We're just working on trying to keep people out of the area. We don't have any reports of trapped individuals or injured individuals at all in this area. So,
what would you say to people that are watching, and, you know, because we're curious. I mean, a flat tire on the side of the freeway, we want to slow down and watch that. What do you want to tell people at home who are probably seeing this report right now, advising them about staying away?
Right. So it'd be really helpful if you can keep the roads and sidewalks areas clear for emergency traffic to be able to get through. There are still some aftershocks coming through, and once a building's been compromised, that an aftershock of lesser magnitude can still cause a lot of damage. So stay clear of things.
Number one, that's probably the best thing to do, stay clear. Any other pieces of advice as far as like maybe checking around the house, turning off a meter, is there anything that you would recommend, or someone that we can talk to?
Yep. So if you do smell smoke or see an electrical issue, please call 911. Make sure you report that to us. And then most folks are hopefully trained in how to turn off their water or turn off their gas to their home or business.
Well, Cap, I know you have a big job of it. We're going to fist bump. They say social distancing. It's physical distancing. Thank you so much. They do a thankless job. So just to recap, I'm sure you guys have been talking about this already. It's the biggest earthquake since 1992. It was centered in St. George. It was at a 5.9. This is a 5.7. We're talking about, if you want to be specific, since this is the real news, Dan and Carrie, 6 kilometers northeast of Salt Lake City, or Magna, is where we're at. And right now, that's all the damage that's happening right now, structural damage, but pretty much everybody is safe. As you can see, neighbors are out in the streets just checking it out, because it's something that hasn't happened since 1992. So check on your loved ones. We'll have more information. I hear that the airport's closed. There's a lot of things going on. But for more information, we'll put a link on our website, fox13now.com. Reporting live from Magna, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Well, yeah, it's a brand new experience for a lot of us, even though we did have a big quake in 1992. That one was in St. George, in a less populated area. So I think a lot of people today are experiencing something they never have before, and it can rattle you.
Oh, for sure. And it rattled the bricks right off the buildings there in Magna. So Big Buddha said that was the damage there. But we've got damage in downtown Salt Lake City also. Right now, we've got a viewer who is called in to our station here. Frank, tell us what you experienced and where you are.
Well, originally I lived in West Jordan, and we had a temporary shutdown with our company, Calco Transportation and Sias Transportation, which is really close to Magna. But as I was heading into work, I couldn't help but notice multiple families are going to be displaced in their mobile home park off of 7200 South, I believe, just about a block south from the 201 freeway. That most of the mobile homes there fell off their, rafters and beams that supported up. And it's pretty bad, severe damage that happened. And for being Utah, I'm originally from California, so I'm kind of used to this. But let me tell you what, man, it caught me off guard.
Because it was the intensity, or what caught you off guard?
Well, the way the earthquake actually happened, it was more of an up and down type of rattle versus a side to side. Like I said, I live in West Jordan, and I came home for a little while, and it rocked the hell out of our house to the point where...
Oh, it looks like we lost you.
Yeah, Frank, are you still with us here?
Frank?
Looks like we've lost his cell phone connection right now.
Yeah, and we'll take a look. He was talking about a lot of folks living in a mobile home park that may now be displaced because their mobile homes were shaken off the foundation. So we will look into that. He did give us the address. So just hearing about more reports of people that are suffering as a result of this quake. And that shaking intensity, it might be a good time to bring that up. We're learning that there is a way to calculate the intensity of the quake, which turned out to be a 5.7 magnitude quake, but there's also a way to calculate the shaking intensity. And this one was a level 6, is what we were told, which is pretty significant. It's a moderate quake and a pretty significant shaking. It did last for 15 to 20 seconds. So
Which is pretty good. It was plenty to rattle a lot of people this morning. We've got Lieutenant Nick Street. I think you're from UHP, as I recall. So Lieutenant Street, tell us a little bit about what you're experiencing and what troopers are dealing with right now.
Yeah, prior to the actual earthquake, we did have a semi rollover, a semi haul in triples on I-15 northbound to I-80 westbound. So that was already in place. Crews were working on cleaning that up. there was a vehicle that ran into the back of one of our first responders there, a UDOT incident management truck. The individual that hit that vehicle did have to go to the hospital. Again, this was before the earthquake. And then as crews were there on scene as the earthquake hit, they noted that there was a light pole down the roadway a little ways down that had fallen somewhere near the interstate, and of course some transformers and other things that blew. We're seeing a lot of superficial damage throughout the area affected by the earthquake, but so far, from what we can tell and what we're being told, nothing structurally causing issues.
Are there any other problems or concerns that you're dealing with right now as a result of the quake?
Yeah, we did have, we've been working with Kennecott. They had us work on closing the SR-201, SR-202 area out there near Tooele County. They're working on a cleanup situation there, and we've closed those roadways down temporarily.
Cleaning up what, do you know? Because we have heard about some issues at Kennecott itself, but we don't know exactly what. Some alarms going off there, but we don't know why. Do you know what they're trying to clean up in that area?
I do not.
Okay.
But they don't want people headed out there, which is why they're having you shut off the roads.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so as far as troopers are concerned, are they reporting back anything that's out of the ordinary for something like this? I know they're just out there on the roads, but sounds like a light pole down, and you were already reporting to something that was fairly major that we were going to be talking about probably throughout the morning, but now this is kind of superseding that. But anything coming back from the troopers
Yeah, we are, like I said, just in southern Davis County along Legacy, we have seen some superficial damage to one of the bridges up there. Nothing structural, and then in a few other places, just cracks and damage that will have to be assessed on our roadways.
You know what I'm wondering is what it feels like to be in a car driving something that's already in motion when you experience the kind of motion from an earthquake. I don't know if you can even answer that for me, but I'm just thinking there were probably some people out driving when that quake hit.
Yeah, it would be interesting. I'm sure, you'd probably think that maybe there's something wrong with your vehicle, something like that. But I've never experienced it, so I can't honestly tell you.
Okay, we'll see if anyone can, if we hear about that maybe later on this morning when things have settled down just a little bit. Any other concerns that you want to go over with us while we have you on the air?
No, just a reminder, state employees, at least those of us that were due to work today at the Rampton complex, that complex is being reevaluated structurally, and so we're asked not to come in. I'm sure there's a few other places like that. So, if employees throughout the state are able to stay home, stay off our roadways, leave those open for first responders for these emergencies as they come up, that would be greatly appreciated.
All right, we'll make way for you. Lieutenant Street, thanks again for talking to us always. We appreciate your time and your help and everything you're doing out there. Thank you.
You bet, Dan, Kerry. Thank you.
So in answer to your question, though, Kerry, I think it was about a year ago, remember the Harriman quakes that we had while I was driving into work.
You felt it?
Yeah, felt it while I was driving, got into work and realized that we'd had an earthquake, and I thought that it was some new rumble strips on the road, my road out of my neighborhood. I thought, that's strange. And so, yeah, it shakes your car as well. And those, I don't think were above 4.0, but they were very close to where I was driving.
Okay, thank you for answering that. All right, let's go out to Ben Winslow. He's got a live interview for us right now, too. He is up at the Capitol. We are just trying to find every location, every possible scenario, every possible thing that's going on right now as a result of the quake. Ben, what's the latest where you are?
Well, I have some new information, and this comes from the governor's office. So this is the latest information that has come into there. As you can tell, I'm here at the Capitol. This is where state leaders are assembling, of course, in the event of the emergency, because, this is basically state government right here. So here's the information that I have right now. Per the governor's office, there are no fatalities reported as a result of this earthquake. Very good news. No major injuries reported. Hospitals are up and running. This is the latest assessment that they have been given. We do have damage reported, of course, as you have been reporting to everyone at Salt Lake City International Airport. The Rio Grande building downtown has apparently sustained significant damage, particularly in the basement area. That is where the state archives are in the old historic Rio Grande building. The latest we have, and as of course you heard Sergeant Nick Street just a short time ago, reporting some damage at the at the Cal Rampton building. That is one of the government buildings in the Salt Lake Valley. We understand that the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, some of their stores, as well as the warehouse, has sustained some damage there. The Tax Commission reporting some damage to its building, as well as the Department of Natural Resources. Now, those are state buildings, government buildings that have largely been doing telework because of the pandemic. And the news that we have now is the COVID-19 hotline is down right now. They are working to get that up. Hospitals, however, are up and running and taking patients, of course, taking those precautions and urging people only to go to a hospital, only to call 911 if there is a legitimate emergency. Otherwise, wait. Now, the latest information I also have from the governor's office, the Department of Natural Resources is going to be going out shortly to take a look at the seismic impact of this, to go look at the soil, to go look at again, the fault line, where this was, the epicenter of this. The USGIS is going to be doing some statistical modeling, and what they will be doing is to see if this was the primary event, if this was, or as the governor's office put it to me, or if we are expecting even more. Again, the possibility of aftershocks is very real. People need to be prepared for that. Of course, this is the information, the latest information that we have from the governor's office. Again, no fatalities and minor injuries at this point. That's the word we're getting, and we'll continue to track it and bring it to you.
And Ben, I'm just wondering, I've kind of been asking this all morning, how do you prepare for what's going to happen the rest of the day, preparing for an aftershock? Is it safe to be in your home for the rest of the day? Is there anything, do you remove things off the walls? Or where can we get that information? What exactly is the protocol?
So the Utah Division of Emergency Management has a lot of valuable information, and if people want to know what they can do to prepare, beready.utah.gov is a website that people can go to and get the latest information. Again, that's the Utah Division of Emergency Management. They have been warning people for a long time, look, the possibility of an earthquake is very real. This could happen. As we understand, the latest seismographic reports are this was a 5.7 in magnitude. Again, you can have aftershocks that are worse than this. So people do need to be ready. Again, you can get that information from the Utah Division of Emergency Management at beready.utah.gov.
Yeah, so hard to tell if this was the main event or a foreshock. So we'll find out, I guess, with time. Thanks a lot, Ben. Appreciate that. So, yeah, we're getting more and more updates about damage throughout the Salt Lake Valley, and we even have power customers without power all the way up north to Ogden as well. So this is fairly wide-reaching, and still 55,000 customers without power, which means 55,000 separate units as well. So fairly significant in that regard.
Yes, and when we're telling people because of COVID-19, to stay away from others, it's not as if some of these families can go stay with another family, or you shouldn't anyway at this point, someone else that maybe has power. So we're asking you to still, remain at home and just take all the necessary precautions for potential aftershocks. And again, that good resource that Ben mentioned at the emergency management website can give some people some more tips. We'll try and get those up on the air for you as well.
So Tamara Faifanua is live at the University of Utah Seismology Center. And of course, all of us are asking, was this the actual main event, or was this a foreshock? And what do they think there? I know that they can model and try to find out, but it's not exact science with this, even though it's pretty good science, Tamara.
Hi, Dan and Carrie. Absolutely. They have been hard at work since the earthquake hit just after 7 o'clock this morning. I do want to bring in the experts to answer all of those questions. I know it's on a lot of folks' minds. I want to introduce you to Keith Coper. He is the director of the seismograph stations. And you can't hear him, but our anchor, Dan Evans, had talked about just the concern that folks have that, is this the big earthquake, or potentially could the big one follow?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and the short answer is it is possible that the 5.7 that happened this morning is actually going to be a foreshock of a bigger earthquake. So for those of you that remember, in California in July there was a 6.4 earthquake in Ridgecrest, and then a couple days later there was a 7.1. So we don't know, but I can tell people that it is unlikely. Okay, so there's a low probability that there's going to be a bigger earthquake than the 5.7. It's just that the probability of that bigger earthquake happening is just a little bit higher now than it was before. But this was not the big earthquake, so this was a magnitude 5.7. We know from our geology colleagues and basically different kinds of evidence that there have been magnitude 7 earthquakes that have happened on the Wasatch Fault. And it might not sound like much, but a magnitude 7 would do an enormous amount of damage compared to a magnitude 5.7. So again, it's very unlikely that a bigger earthquake is going to follow, but there is a small increased probability of that happening.
I guess what's so alarming for a lot of folks is that this happened in a populated area, so close to urban communities.
That's right. And so I felt it. You know, I was up, I was in my house, I live in Sugar House, and my house just started shaking like crazy. I got underneath a table, which is what we recommend everybody. If you ever feel shaking, don't try and leave the building. The safest thing to do is to get underneath the table and hold on. And so you're most likely to be injured or have injuries from things falling. So light fixtures, mirrors, things of that nature. It's less likely, especially in a 5.7, that a whole building would collapse. So what we don't want people to do is to immediately run outside if you feel shaking.
As far as aftershocks, in talking to you earlier, you were mentioning that there's going to be probably hundreds, if not thousands, throughout the day of aftershocks. How strong have these aftershocks been?
Yeah, so I believe the biggest one has been like a 4.5. And I don't know for sure because we're actively locating and measuring the magnitudes right now. And so you expect with a magnitude 5.7, you might have 10 or so earthquakes magnitude 4 or bigger, maybe 100 magnitude 3 or bigger, and then thousands of smaller ones. And in this case, because it's happening basically right underneath where a lot of people live, people will be able to feel even little tiny earthquakes that are magnitude 3s, let's say. And so it is going to be nerve-wracking, I would expect, for the next few days, especially for the folks that live, you know, over there near Magna, because you are going to be feeling lots of these little tiny aftershocks.
We're getting reports of damage, mostly in Magna, but as you mentioned, the surrounding areas. Here specifically at the University of Utah, what can you tell us? Because we're surrounded by older buildings. Are you getting reports of any damage here on campus?
I'm not. I think the campus facilities folks are out doing inspections right now. And even when I look out the window, I can actually see a group of them that are inspecting the building that's right next to our building where we are now. And it does look like there has been some very minor damage to some of the older buildings, but it's much too early for me to be able to give a comment on how extensive the damage is.
What's the next step from here? I know your crew very busy, but are you expecting a briefing?
We are going to do a briefing at 9:30, and it'll be a virtual briefing to do social distancing. And so we are going to be sending out a link, like a web link, and then people can click on that, and then they can view basically the press conference or press briefing. And then throughout the day, we'll be having more updates. We might have another briefing that would happen in the afternoon when we have more information. And the briefing at 9:30, I am expecting the state emergency manager for earthquakes to be here. And in terms of the questions your viewers have about damage and safety, he has more expertise on that, where I have more expertise on the actual earthquakes themselves.
The science behind it all. Thanks so much for breaking it down for us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. Keith Coper, the director of the U of U seismograph stations here on the U of U campus. So there you have it. Dan and Carrie, as he just mentioned, there will be a briefing around 9:30. So hopefully we'll be able to take that live at some point. If not, we'll certainly gather some more information and bring you the latest as far as an emergency management standpoint as well. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, can't imagine not covering that. So we'll be back with that as soon as it starts at 9:30.
Thanks, Tamara. Let's go out to Carl Arkey. He's with UTA, and we haven't talked to him yet this morning. Carl, what's going on as far as your end?
Well, you know, we've been exercising an abundance of caution, as I'm sure everybody else is. And trains have been stopped from time to time and in different locations. And we're out checking tracks and trying to make sure that the tracks are safe for the trains to proceed. I'm checking one of our latest Twitter feeds that came in at 9:09, and it says trains have been cleared to travel between Salt Lake and Murray, and trains are still running at restricted speeds. We want to caution everybody who's trying to use public transportation to please add some extra time to their commute to accommodate for the delays that we're having. All the regular bus routes are running as normal, though.
What does restricted speeds mean? I mean, how much extra time should people anticipate?
It's usually down around 5-10 miles an hour, and it's what you'll see a train slow down to if, say, there's an accident somewhere, just to be cautious, or if there are people who are out working in the alignment, just to be careful and make sure that the work crews are safe. So we'll slow trains down, and so when they refer to restricted speeds, it's generally a much slower speed than they normally would be traveling at going through a particular area.
For you and the tracks, where are the areas that you're most concerned? Is there a specific area that you're trying to make sure it's safe because you have more concerns there versus someplace else? You there, Carl? Okay, hopefully I didn't stump him there.
We've lost Carl. He did say the trains are running between Salt Lake and Murray right now.
Right.
So did you take that to mean that they'll open up more lines as they check those lines and make sure they're safe? But right now, if you are trying to catch a train, Salt Lake to Murray is what's open.
And it's slow. He said 5 to 10 miles an hour, which is very, very slow, especially if you're in a rush. But if you're waiting, if you're going to be out there and waiting for tracks or front runner, you may want to just anticipate that it's not going to be there when you expect it to be there. So we're going to right now go to Rocky Mountain Power in Spencer Hall, who has some more actually, no, it's our reporter, Spencer Joseph. And he is out this morning gathering information. Where are you, Spencer?
Yeah, I'm right on the corner of 400 West and 500 South, right before the entrance to I-80, just beyond. So let me turn the camera around. I can actually show you what we're looking at right now. So this is right next to the rescue mission in Salt Lake, and you can see all of this damage, and repair crews have been working kind of to maintain, the structural nature of this brick building here that is right next to the rescue mission of Salt Lake. So at this point, it is, you can see all of this damage. The sidewalk is completely covered in all of this, all of the brick, all of the concrete that has fallen off of this brick building. So at this point, another thing I did want to point out is if you kind of look behind me, you could see that all of these buildings around me are actually without power. This Maverick here, all the lights are off. They, I believe, have closed their doors. But a lot of people, outside and actually staying safe. I'll turn the camera around again. You can see a heavy Salt Lake City police presence here. But a lot of people outside from the rescue mission of Salt Lake. They're kind of gathered out here, obviously staying safe and making sure that things are structurally sound inside this building before they come back. But again, that is the damage right here at 400 West, 500 South, right on the corner of it. So crews are going to be out here for a while, they tell me. And at this point, basically, Salt Lake City Police have got this whole area locked down. So,
yeah, Spencer, can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay, Spencer, I'm wondering, too, if it's going to take some time before anyone would even be allowed back in that building. I'm guessing they're going to have to make sure it's still structurally sound, even though it looks right now that it's just the facade, the bricks that came off the side. I don't think Spencer can hear me.
It looks like we may have lost our connection with Spencer. Spencer, can you hear us?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's cutting in and out right now, but I can't hear you now.
Okay, so tell us, do they have some provisions? Kerry was just asking if they have any provisions for the people who are going to be out there on a rainy day, or any idea on when they'll be able to get them back in there?
So at this point, it's all up to the construction crews that are out here. They're basically trying, they just brought in, if I turn it around one more time, they just brought in this kind of bulldozer right here. It's kind of a smaller, bulldozer of some kind to kind of load out all of this gear. That was just brought in on a flatbed a little bit further down so that they can start to clean this up. But at this point, there's no word on when they'll be able to get this open. Another thing I do want to point out is if I take a couple of steps this way, you can actually see all the water in the street. And that is coming from, if I point the camera down, I don't know that you can get a totally clear image of this, but there is a lot of water laying in the street a little bit higher up around 400 South, 400 West. That looks like it could be some sort of water main break. I actually haven't walked up that far to take a look at that yet, but you can actually see a lot of water kind of pouring out of that area. But again, a lot of Salt Lake City police officers here kind of locking down this section of the street and waiting for crews to kind of be able to repair this whole thing. We saw them knocking down a lot of bricks just a little bit ago to kind of, get rid of the danger of them falling down, potentially hitting a worker or anybody passing by. So and of course they put up this gate just a couple of minutes ago just to make sure that no one gets in that area. But yeah, no word yet on when this is actually going to get cleaned up. I'm going to investigate this water, where that's kind of coming from, and take a look a little bit further down the street once we go off air. And hopefully that I can get some answers on that.
All right, nice job. Spencer Joseph reporting live for us downtown, where some people are displaced at the homeless shelter out there. Thanks so much. We're going to talk to you again soon as you get a little bit more info as you walk down the street. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right now, we're going to go to the Capitol building in Salt Lake City, where Ben Winslow is, and we understand that there's going to be a briefing at the youth seismology lab a little bit later this morning. We're hoping within about 10 minutes, and as soon as that happens, we're going to get to that to you. But right now, Ben, what's going on at the Capitol?
Well, we do have some new information from the governor's office. As you know, I mean, the Capitol is where they are assessing all of the impact to this statewide. And here's the information that I have from the governor's office. No fatalities. Again, that is very, very good news. No significant injuries. Hospitals are still working. There is, of course, as you've been reporting, damage at the Salt Lake City International Airport, the Rio Grande building, the Cal Rampton building, which is
All right. I don't know what happened right there, but probably he's going through his phone right now to go live to us. And you may have gotten this on your phone as well. It just came across to my phone also, and that's probably what displaced our live shot there with Ben. Salt Lake Valley experienced a 5.7 earthquake with multiple aftershocks. And this from Utah Public Safety. This is an evolving situation. Multiple agencies are coordinating the response. Damage assessments are being performed by public safety agencies valley-wide. All areas of possible impact being monitored if possible. Shelter in place, limit travel, monitor television for updates. Of course, you're already doing that. But this is something that's coincident with what we're doing with COVID-19 already. We've been asked for people not to travel and for people to stay in their homes, shelter in place, and do some social distancing, and it sounds like that's what we're getting as well. So I know it's probably hard to discern what you're supposed to be doing when we're supposed to be quarantining or sheltering in place. Kids aren't in school, you may not be at work, and how close to get to other people. All of those precautions are still in place, and I think for right now, we're just being asked to use common sense with the COVID-19 in tandem with the earthquake that we had in Salt Lake City, which may not be felt widespread throughout Utah and some of our viewing areas, but we do understand that people in Evanston, Wyoming felt this. There's some power outages in Ogden as a result of this as well. So we know that it was felt all up and down the Wasatch Front. So right now we're going to go to Allison Krogan, who is standing by in the Connect Center, find out a little bit more about what's happening out there.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ian. So I've been monitoring social media to see what's going on, because that's a good way that many of our local organizations are staying on top of their communications with customers. So we've got a couple of those graphics ready to go for you guys. This one is from UDOT, saying UDOT crews are inspecting our roads for any potential damage following the earthquake this morning. So far, there didn't appear to be any, but they're checking everything out, especially the bridges. But then they just did an update saying eastbound I-80 is closed right now near SR 201. So they are inspecting that area, and we're going to have that as an area that we'll want to be really careful with. And as I was checking out our traffic maps, we do have quite a bit of slowing on the west side, especially on 5600 West, Bangerter near SR 201, SR 201 out towards 8400 West. So we've got quite a bit happening. As far as tracks goes, an alert at 9:15. So this just coming in due to the earthquake and the aftershocks. They're actually suspending all of their services. So the bus routes should be fine and running as normal. They're telling people to expect delays, but the graphic that we just had up, in case you didn't get a chance to read it before this one, was saying that they are now suspending all of their tracks trains. So we're continuing to watch this. This is a fluid situation. Airport obviously not operational, but the airport tweeting out just about 20 minutes ago that the FAA tower terminals and concourses have been evacuated. But here's what's been changed, and which is a good update. They're allowing that road to be reopened to pick passengers up because that was closed. That's now back open. I also wanted to show you guys what different magnitudes mean. So it's a preliminary 5.7 here, just northeast of Magna, and that usually means with a magnitude 5.5 to 6.0, slight damage to buildings and other structures. Estimated numbers each year about 500, so it's a more rare magnitude. And as many of you here in Utah experienced it this morning, maybe you're from California and you've felt something like that before, but it is one of the worst ones that we've had here in Salt Lake City in quite a while, and the state of Utah, as you've been hearing. So a 5.7, the last time that we had something of this scale was back in 1992 in St. George with a magnitude 5.9. So certainly a situation that many people were shocked to experience this morning, but happy, as been reported, no fatalities reported so far.
No serious injuries. Yes, that is the good news. Thanks, Sally. All right, let's go out to Ben Winslow. We reestablished our shot with Ben. He's up at the state capitol. Ben, can you hear us? Great.
Yeah, yes, I can. Hopefully you can hear me still. We do have new information coming in from the governor's office. Again, I want to stress the governor is being briefed right now about all of this, but we know that no fatalities, no significant injuries. Hospitals are up and running. The latest information that I do have is the Utah Department of Transportation is reporting that bridge structures across the Wasatch Front are okay. That is good news, certainly. The Utah Department of Natural Resources will be doing seismic assessments later to make sure just to take a look at the impact of this 5.7 quake. And the latest information is the U.S. GIS will be also doing statistical modeling to see if this is the primary quake or if there is potentially a worse quake expected, if they can even predict that. The latest word from the governor's office is they are urging people to stay away from downtown Salt Lake City so that they can continue to assess damage to buildings. We are seeing a lot of older structures on my way up to the Capitol. There's a lot of historic homes. There's a lot of historic buildings that have reported quite a bit of damage. They want to make sure that it's not worse than it really is. What I've seen is, certainly some bricks and things that have fallen off of these buildings. Nothing major, but they want to make sure that these buildings are structurally sound. They want to make sure that some of the buildings downtown are structurally sound. So they're urging people, please stay away from downtown Salt Lake City unless you absolutely have to be there. But again, the latest word from the governor's office, no fatalities. Very good news. No significant injuries. Hospitals are still working. Again, as you've been reporting, damage at the Salt Lake City International Airport. The Rio Grande building is also reporting some significant damage. There is damage to the Cal Rampton building, which is UDOT and Utah Highway Patrol. The COVID-19 hotline is temporarily down. I've been told they are working to get that rerouted, get that back up and running. And certainly if you had to evacuate or if you have to evacuate the building that you're in, because we are in the midst of a pandemic, again, the health department reminding everybody, please exercise social distancing to avoid spreading that in the midst of all of this. Again, though, the good news from UDOT, at least relayed to the governor's office, is that bridge structures are okay. They're going to continue to be doing assessments, seismic assessments, and if you can, stay away from downtown Salt Lake City so that emergency responders can do their work, can assess the impact of this damage. Back to you.
Ben Winslow reporting live there from the Capitol. It's amazing, don't you think, that just 2 hours after this event, that emergency crews have been able to make these assessments so quickly, that the bridges are going to be okay, you know, that they're safe to travel and everything. So
just stay out of the Salt Lake area for now and let them continue to take a look at some of those buildings and those areas of damage and make sure it's still it's safe.
Yeah, we're going to go out to viewer Alex right now, who was in a call center at the time of the earthquake this morning, just after 7 o'clock. And you were on the 4th floor. I bet that was quite the ride, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an interesting experience. First time earthquake, in my life, really, because I've lived in Utah all my life. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. I was on a call, and all of a sudden, I felt a rumbling in the floor, and I thought someone was taking like a big, heavy garbage bin on the floor just right past me. But then all of a sudden, the ceiling started to move. I dove under the desk. I'm only a few miles south of the international airport there up in Salt Lake. So once the earthquake started to hit, the ceiling and the floor were moving in like different directions, and pretty interesting.
Oh, Alex, I understand completely what you're talking about. It's a new experience for so many people. Even though we had a 5.9 quake about in 1992, it was in St. George. So I don't think this area has felt a quake like this in quite some time. Was there any damage in your building?
Yeah, there was a bit of damage. With the 4th floor being the highest floor in my building, there was a lot of dust and debris that kind of gotten shaken loose from the building ceiling. There were a few things a few of the ceiling panels that had fallen down in certain places. There were some computers that had been shaken off desks. Outside of that, I wasn't able to really get a good picture of the damage that was caused on my floor, mainly because we had to evacuate right away. There was one thing on my way out. I did notice that there was a very strong smell of gas as we were evacuating, which was a little concerning. So we had to distance ourselves from the building. But thankfully the earthquake wasn't terrible. It didn't come down at all on anyone. We got everyone out safe, as far as I'm aware.
During those few moments, what were you thinking when this was happening? Once you realized it was an earthquake, what were your thoughts?
Oh, well, fortunately, my father, he's actually in active law enforcement right now. He's actually trained myself and my siblings to think clearly in those situations. So fortunately, the first thing that I was thinking of was making an escape route, just figuring out how I was going to, get out of there, help anybody if I could. I was worried about the ceiling coming down with the way it was moving at first, but again, it's my first earthquake, so I didn't know what to expect. Luckily, nothing terrible happened, and I was able to keep a clear head, and we were able to get people off the floor pretty quickly.
Okay, well, glad you're okay, Alex. I can't imagine how shocking, I guess pun unintended there, this would be for you with your first earthquake there on the 4th floor. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Your dad did a good job.
Yeah. We're going to go out right now. We've got Unified Fire talking about their response and what's going on out there this morning. And let's see who we can talk to there. Do we have this on the phone, or
this is out in Magna? Are we waiting? Is this the live shot?
Yeah, this is and this is looks like a news conference going on there. Just about ready to get started.
We know that they did experience a significant amount of damage.
McFarland, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, M-C-F-A-R-L-A-N-D.
I think 9 structures.
So we have an inundation of emergency calls throughout the valley right now. Our resources are spread thin, doing triage on the community, seeing what structural damage there is, as well as any medical calls that arise. Here in Magna on Main Street, there's about a 4 or 5 block section of historic older buildings, brick construction that have shown significant cracking, bricks falling, some of what we call parapet walls, sort of a brick facade that's fallen off some of them. This has deemed them to be unsafe for humans to be near right now. We have a big concern with that and any aftershocks and what could continue to deteriorate here at these buildings. We currently have 13 or 14 buildings that we've evacuated. We've asked the public to stay clear of the sidewalks and the streets around them. We've had great help from UPD helping clear that area. With so many resources spread thin throughout the valley, could be a little bit before we get a full assessment, and it's definitely going to take a county building assessor before we let anybody back in.
So it's kind of all hands on deck right now.
Yes.
Can you talk about, you have yet to go into some of the buildings, is that correct?
Yeah, until we get a better assessment done, we're not going to send anybody inside. We are confident that there are no injuries to either civilians or first responders, and to our knowledge, there's nobody stuck in any of these buildings. We've had good communication with all the residents who've come out of the buildings this morning. We will be in touch with Red Cross if further measures are needed, if people need housing options. I would assume they're spread thin at this point in time as well.
Now, we know a lot of the older buildings have had an impact, but what about the homes nearby as well?
There are residential areas just within a couple buildings on either end of Main Street here. We don't have any reports of those being an issue right now, but some of these historic brick buildings also have apartments in them. So there are some homes affected currently. I don't have a count on displaced people. The rough estimate from the captain in charge here, the incident commander, states it to be 100 to 150 people who are likely displaced at this point in time.
And what about utilities and stuff? How are we doing as far as you know, utilities and stuff?
Right now, our crews have worked to turn off all utilities, so the power is shut off, the gas is shut off. Water is less of a concern just because it doesn't have the imminent danger that power issues or gas lines could have. But they are addressing all of that. The crews are continuing to do their assessment, looking for further damage, and making sure everybody's needs are met at this point in time.
What now, I guess? What are you guys doing right now?
So it's going to be a slow process. Normally something like this would have a multiple company response. Right now we have one heavy rescue company, which is a specialty company. They work closely with structural collapse and other specialty rescue techniques. They're here by themselves. So we have 5 people here at this point in time because of the inundation of calls throughout the valley. There's no safety risk to the people directly involved right now, but the displacement is concerning, and the potential continued deterioration of the buildings is something that concerns us as well. So I don't have a time frame at all.
And no reports of injuries?
No civilian or first responder injuries. No injuries known at this point in time for anybody.
And we understand you guys did go into the Colosimo building, right? And it had minimal damage, or the owner did?
Yeah, there were residents in the buildings. Like I said, some of these buildings do have residents above them and in apartments attached to them. And I would imagine some of the business owners have also made entry. At this point in time, no one's going to be allowed inside any of the buildings.
13 to 14 buildings.
I saw a school back there. Are they serving food, or is that just a regular thing that's happening? Is that connected anyway?
I would have to let the school speak to that. Okay. I can only speak to what the fire department's doing on our operations right now.
Okay. Any other major concerns?
Right here on this scene, not at this point in time. I think we've been fortunate that evacuations happened quickly. Nobody was injured, and we've got really great first responders. UPD's been a great help in closing down the scene and making sure that the general public stays safe. So we thank them for that interagency partnership.
And the biggest challenge?
Making sure at this point that nobody goes near the buildings, and further assessing, making sure that we've covered all the buildings and maybe we don't need to spread out further.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Of course.
Michael Locksley here at the scene of Magna. We've just been listening to the Unified Fire Authority.
Okay, so this is a news conference, a small one put together rather hastily by Unified Fire, and we appreciate them doing that when they're still getting preliminary information. Several buildings damaged there on Main Street in Magna is where firefighter McFarland was right there, and he said the county building assessor is going to have to get in there and assess each building one by one before they can let people back in. He didn't give us an ETA on when that would happen, but the power and the gas is shut off to many of the buildings in that area just as a precaution. He said that water's still on, though, because they don't need to shut that off because there's not as much concern as there is with power and gas being damaged, gas lines damaged as well.
And he did mention, too, that some of those buildings that where the damage occurred were apartments. They were apartments inside the building. So there could be some folks that are displaced, and they will have to work with the American Red Cross as far as finding some housing options. And, you know, everyone is stretched thin right now because of COVID-19. But he said they'll get to everybody, and it just may take a little longer as far as assessing the damage, and also concerned about the aftershocks. They've got to be thinking about that.
Now, I got some pictures picture sent into me, texted into me this morning, and this is the Angel Moroni, the iconic Angel Moroni on top of the LDS Church Temple in downtown Salt Lake City. And you can see the trumpet is missing. Usually the Angel Moroni is holding a trumpet there pointing east, and it has slipped out of his hand as a result of this earthquake. As you know, they're doing some construction at Temple Square right now. This is unrelated to that construction or reconstruction there, so we're going to continue to get information about the damage. But right now, we need to find out a little bit more about the initial earthquake.
We're going to go to the U of U seismology department and listen in there.
Earthquake this size about once every 10 years. There was quite a bit of shaking. It's been widely felt. And there are reports of minor damage that are coming in. The first point that I'd like to make is that it is not imminent that there's another larger earthquake to come. There is no prediction, nothing of that nature. And there's a very small probability, 4 to 5%, that we could have an earthquake larger than the 5.7, which would make the 5.7 be a foreshock. But that's a very small probability, and as time goes on, that probability is decreasing. And so there is no imminent prediction or imminent expectation of a magnitude 7 earthquake. And I'd like to bring in my colleague, Bob Carey. I'll let him introduce himself. He's one of the emergency managers for the state, and he can follow up with this line.
Okay, Bob Carey. I'm with the Division of Emergency Management, Department of Public Safety with the state. I'm the Operations Bureau Chief as well as the Earthquake Program Manager. To follow up on what Keith was saying, we, based on what has happened and the work that we have previously done, looking at the types of damage that we're going to see from this earthquake as the reports slowly trickle in, older structures would tend to have damage to them. This is an earthquake that would cause parapets to come off, chimneys to crack and possibly fall. Any older buildings under construction, you're probably going to see more damage. The closer you get to the epicenter, the greater the damage you're going to see to these. They're basically called URMs, unreinforced masonry structures, and these are structures that were built prior to 1975. They're under reinforced, and so they tend to not fare very well during ground shaking, and I think that's going to be bared out as you see the damage reports come in. I wouldn't expect to see extensive damage from this. Again, this is kind of on the edge. Like Keith said, it's a big earthquake for us, but in the earthquake community, it's kind of a moderate earthquake. So I think that's what you're going to see. What I know now, the international airport is closed. That would be a temporary closure. We've seen some accidents on the freeway that I think that could have been attributed to the ground shaking. We have some power outages here. Those are all to be expected, not very widespread, and in these particular instances, closer to the epicenter. So as the reports come in, we'll be able to be better able to do this. The state EOC has moved to a level 1. This is our highest activation. The State Geological Survey has teams in the field looking for geologic evidence from this earthquake. We will be looking at trying to do some damage missions, probably using drones to do that. So we have activated our air operations in our EOC. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're still in the early stages of this earthquake. The governor and the commissioner have both been in contact with the EOC and my director, Chris Hamlet. So we're pretty much all over this.
So maybe I can say a few more words about the earthquake. Sometimes the magnitude can change a little bit as more data become available. So right now it's 5.7. It could change to 5.8. It just depends as the data comes in. It's not going to get very much bigger than that. We have had several strong or moderate-sized aftershocks. The largest one was a magnitude 4.6. We do expect aftershocks to continue, felt aftershocks probably for weeks, at least for days. It was a relatively shallow earthquake. It had a depth of about 10 kilometers or 6 miles. Okay, so because it was relatively shallow, that's going to make it more strongly felt near the epicenter. And so there is going to be shaking that's going to continue on. One of the key things to remember is if you're in the building and you feel shaking, don't try to run outside during the shaking. What you want to do is drop, cover, and hold, stay underneath a table. We do know that the main shock, the 5.7, was what we call a normal faulting earthquake. And what this means is that the crust is sort of being stretched sideways. You can think about the crust being pulled, and what happens is one side of the fault slips downward on the other side of the fault. This is the type of earthquake that's very typical for this area, to have the so-called normal faulting. It is different than the type of earthquakes that normally happen in California, which tend to be, let's say, more strike-slip, or the earthquakes that happen in Alaska, which tend to be thrust earthquakes. In terms of our response as scientists, we are going to be putting more seismometers out in the field to get basically a more sensitive record and recording of the earthquakes that are continuing to go on. And so right now during the day we have another team of engineers and technicians that are going to be going out. They might be interacting with some of the public to find acceptable places to put out the instruments, and we are going to be trying to gather more seismic data. And then as Bob said, the geologists, our colleagues at the Utah Geological Survey, they're already out doing geological assessments. There's damage teams probably associated with the state response that are out doing inspections. And so I guess one of the messages is we are responding to this. We're taking all appropriate measures. And at this time, we do not expect a much larger earthquake. We do not expect a magnitude 7. There's a small probability of that happening, but again, it's very small. Okay.
Oh, so the other thing that I wanted to talk about was as we start to gather our information, we'll be able to disseminate more, and that process, and people want information as quickly as possible. That's not necessarily going to happen. One of the ways that we're going to collect our information is as we've activated our geologic clearinghouse, and our clearinghouse is run by the State Geological Survey, and that's going to be a website in which you can contribute photographs and observations so that we can memorialize this event and use it to better understand future earthquakes.
Okay, so are we going to have questions from the online folks?
Yeah, we have one question coming in that says, I'm interested in whether this has any effect on the Wasatch Fault.
Yeah, so this earthquake happened on the Wasatch Fault system. Okay, so the way we think of fault systems are like trees with branches, and you can think about the Wasatch Fault as being sort of the main trunk, but then there's all these branches that shoot off of it. And so yes, one of the reasons we're having all these aftershocks is because of this main shock that happened, and in general these are all on the Wasatch Fault system. So we're not giving it a new name, a different name. It's a little bit to the west of what I would call the main trunk of the fault, of the Wasatch Fault, but it is intimately part of the Wasatch Fault system. Do we have another question? Maybe we should go to these guys.
With this, will it release some of the pressure off the Wasatch Fault?
Not significantly. So in the very, very close to where it happened, it will reduce stress, but there's still more or less the same probability, maybe increased a little tiny bit, for other decent-sized earthquakes to happen on the Wasatch Fault system. So it is not reducing the risk by us of having had this 5.7 earthquake.
And with us being in an ancient lake bed, what does that do?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So part of the reason the shaking was relatively strong is there's a lot of sediment in the basin, and this is sort of weak rock. And when you have an earthquake, the ground motion will get amplified. Okay,
so some good news there that we're hearing as far as the models that they're running. Whatever is going to happen is most likely happened already with this earthquake. We could get some aftershocks, but it's not likely. We're hearing that this is some kind of leading up to something bigger than this. So he said it was just a normal fault, just sliding here. And as they're looking at the models, most likely this has already been the worst of what we'll experience today. So the damage we've had is the damage we're going to have, apparently, at this point.
All right, let's go out to Big Buddha. He is in Magna, and he is going to walk us through some of the damage there. B, good morning. Thank you for putting on a different hat and being a reporter in this case.
Well, I appreciate it. Also, the residents here in Magna are so friendly. They're offering us coffee and donuts. I just wanted to show you some of the things that we discovered while we were standing here waiting for new developments. Right up here in this building here, this the first one here that's kind of green. You can see there's a crack along the side. Now there's another brick building next to it. You can hardly see it from here because we're roped off, but there is a wall that has fallen over and is now sitting in between the gap of those two buildings. So that's some of the damage. Obviously, the main damage here that everybody is huddled around is this building here. It's been a pillar in the community, the Colossimos. Right next to it is another business called Shattered Edge. You can see some of the windows are blown out. Talking to the owners of those two businesses, they said there's not a lot of structural damage inside. Nobody was inside. And the best way I can describe it, if you didn't catch the earthquake this morning, growing up in California, we categorize it as two things. It's either a shaker or a roller. In this case, I would say it's a roller. Shakers are usually more violent and they last a lot longer. Rollers are exactly how they're described. It goes up, it comes down, and then you feel a whole bunch of tremors afterwards. The best thing to do, as I've been taught growing up in California, is either get under an archway, a doorway, or get under a table. Right now, I haven't felt any tremors, and the scene right now, the feeling right now here at Magna is more of concern as people are coming out of their homes, just trying to, they're all rubbernecking, just wondering what is going on. Is there any real serious damage to people? They're not really concerned about the buildings, although if you ask the firefighters, they're concerned about the buildings. I don't know if you can see down here, but most of this area has been roped off because they're afraid that things from the buildings could still fall off. So that's why if you see right now, all of the sidewalks have been taped off, roped off. They're not allowing people to walk up and down the sidewalk. So that's where we're at right now. No gas leaks, no water. As far as here in Magna, I guess you want to call it the epicenter of where the earthquake started. I can hear sirens that just are going off all over the place, but we're being assured by safety officials that that's just protocol. There's no new damage or no new destruction to any buildings or anything like that. So for now, everything seems to be calm. It kind of feels like a movie set for a movie, and everybody's just sitting around waiting for the next thing to happen. But we seem to be safe for now.
True.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Buddha, we keep hearing all these people that first the COVID-19 virus and now an earthquake. What next?
Don't ask.
Well, I've been fielding calls.
They come in threes. We don't want to know.
I've been fielding calls from my mom. She heard that the trumpet from the Angel Moroni fell, and she's like, "Do you have your supply of food?" I'm like, "Mom, I'm working right now. I can't really talk to you."
Well, you've got your year supply of toilet paper. We know that, B.
Yeah, you've got the toilet paper.
Here's a picture right here that we're showing of the trumpet.
I'm selling them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can have a year supply of cash then at today's prices on that. Thanks,
I'm not making light of the situation. I'm just saying right now,
No.
everybody just needs to take a collective sigh of relief that there wasn't any serious harm or damage to people.
You're
just
right.
the building.
Nobody's
no
hurt.
serious injuries and no fatalities. So.
But we do have, thanks, B, we do have people displaced as a result of that, and that is a really difficult situation, especially when we're already dealing with the anxiety from COVID-19. But we want to show you some pictures, maybe some video. This is live right right here. This is a trailer home park in West Valley City, and you can see that some of these trailer homes have fallen off their beams, and so their foundations have shifted, and the trailer homes, they're propped up on beams, and with the shaking, a couple of them have fallen off. We also heard actually earlier, you remember this, Carrie, from Alex this morning, who said that he drove by a mobile home park and he saw a lot of the mobile homes off of their beams this morning.
Right. I think that's what that one caller was concerned about. So now we've been able to get some video. I think this is exactly what he was talking about. Yeah. So the American Red Cross, again, probably a busy day for those folks trying to help anyone who has been displaced as a result of today's earthquake. Let's go out to Joe Doherty. We have him on the phone, I believe, again, to give us another update. Joe, can you hear us?
I don't hear Joe. Joe's with the Division of Emergency Management, and he's collecting the data and then moving that on. Joe, we're hoping that you can hear us now so you can move on some of that data to us. Are you there with us?
You have some new info. Okay, we're going to have to probably try and reestablish that phone call.
Yeah, we're going to get that. We just did get a little bit of new information. We hear from our floor director, Hugo, who actually goes to the University of Utah. For the last 2 days, classes have been canceled. Online classes have been canceled for Monday and Tuesday. And we just got word that online classes at the University of Utah aren't going to happen today either. So for U of U students and possibly some others, there's a little bit longer reprieve from having to do at least college coursework.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking it was maybe on a positive note, most kids weren't in school. I mean, this happened at 7 o'clock, but no one was out walking to school. So because one of the first things that ran through my mind, and I think I was so worried because I was here at work. I have 2 college-aged kids, and I just wanted to know that, they were safe.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
You can panic a little as a family member when these things happen.
It's normal, especially if you're unfamiliar with these kinds of things, which most people are unfamiliar with this, especially in Utah. We're going to go over to Lexi Johnson right now, who's in downtown Salt Lake City. And what have you found where you are, Lexi?
Hey, good morning, Dan and Carrie. Yeah, take a look at all of this damage. Check it out. All of this brick fell from BTG Wine Bar and Cafe Melisse, the building that they're in. We are on West Temple and 400 South. So I spoke with the owner just a little bit ago, and he said what happened was the outside of the building is fine, but there is a wall on top of the roof, and that is where all of this brick fell from. So at the time of the earthquake, they actually had contractors inside the building who were working. The contractors are okay. They say that when the earthquake happened, it just sounded like an extremely loud boom, like something had run into the building, and that was because all of this brick was falling off the top of the building. As for the inside, there's not really any damage. They say one vase fell off of the counter and a few lighting fixtures came loose, but other than that, the inside is good. It's just this brick out here. So right now, the owner says he and some of the contractors, they're going to spend the rest of the day trying to get all of this cleaned up, and then they will be closed today due to the cleanup process. So they're just grateful that no one was out here walking on the sidewalk at the time of the earthquake, and that the contractors who were inside are safe. So this is kind of the damage that we're seeing here in downtown. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
It's quite a bit of damage, though. I'm surprised.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, those contractors are lucky. We've been so lucky this morning as far as this quake. Just structural damage, bricks, facade damage, but no injuries or no big injuries. Thanks, Lexi.
Yeah, it could have been worse. Of course, we always can say that. But the good thing is we've heard from the University of Utah side. We always can say that. But the good thing is we've heard from the University of Utah Seismology Lab that they said it's minor damage, and they're reassuring Seismology Lab that they said it's minor damage, and they're reassuring us that a larger one is not imminent today. In fact, he said there's only a 4 to 5% chance of a larger quake, and as time goes on, that the probability actually decreases, that this was just a foreshock and not the main event. But
in Utah, morning traffic can back up anytime. You can't just cut to New York and hope it goes away. When the other guys go national, we stay local, out here on the roads and in.
Folks, we hope you've had a good day listening and being with us with the Fox Channel 13 local coverage of the 5.7 magnitude earthquake that we had here in Salt Lake City this morning. The earthquake hit at 7:09 a.m. It actually shook us out of bed, woke us up, didn't shake us out of bed, woke us up, and we assessed any possible damage to our home, which we did not have. And we looked around and decided that there was enough information to come on the air and bring you guys up to date with what is going on. Again, there is extensive damage throughout downtown Salt Lake and in the Magna, Utah area, where there are 9 buildings that are being assessed for habitability right now as we speak. Fire department and heavy rescue are on the scene of those buildings, and the fire department and police departments, both in Magna and in downtown Salt Lake City, are looking at the damage. People are being told to stay out of the downtown area for right now, if you're not already there, to stay out of the downtown area because there is heavy police presence because of the damage, and there's possibility of more falling rock and debris from the tops of some of the older buildings there from aftershocks. The aftershocks have been extensive. We've probably had several dozen aftershocks since the earthquake at 7:09 a.m. The latest aftershock was just a few minutes ago, and it was in the 3.0 range. We've had aftershocks ranging from 2.0 on up to 4.0 since this earthquake hit this morning. Some of the damage was to the LDS temple in downtown Salt Lake. The Angel Moroni, which graces the top of every LDS temple throughout the world, the Angel Moroni usually has a trumpet in one of his hands facing east, and the trumpet of the Salt Lake City temple on the Angel Moroni statue fell off the statue after this earthquake hit. Also, you should also be advised that the light rail service in and around Salt Lake Valley has been discontinued as crews assess the possible damage to any tracks, railroad tracks throughout the area here in Salt Lake City. So again, light rail service has been discontinued for right now because of the assessment of possible damage to the light rail tracks. Also, the Department of Transportation here in Utah, UDOT, has gone around and assessed the roadways of Salt Lake City, including highways and bridges, and they were found to be safe to travel on, and that is also good news. There have been only minor accidents as a result of this earthquake, and like I said, extensive minor damage around the Salt Lake Valley. This earthquake had an epicenter of Magna, Utah, which is over in the western part, northwestern part of the Salt Lake Valley, just south of the Salt Lake City Airport. The Salt Lake Airport was closed and is still closed. The airport tower, the FAA tower, was evacuated because of the shaking, and from what we understand, the airport is still closed. Terminal 1 and the concourse of the airport is closed because they apparently had a water pipe that burst in the building, and there's water on the floor of the building and water outside the building. There's also water, apparently either water main or a water pipe in part of Salt Lake also burst, and they're assessing damage and trying to repair that as well. So that's our report today here on the Emergency Management Associates radio and YouTube channels, YouTube, D Live, Twitch, and Periscope channels, as well as iHeartRadio and Pandora this morning. This is our report. We appreciate the Tim and Mel Red Pill show this morning, of which we interrupted the end of it. We're sorry about that, but with breaking news, we tried to come on the air with them, and they just turned the channel over to us for the remainder of the morning. Right now, it is 10:04 a.m. in the Mountain West, 10:04 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time here in the United States. We want to wish you a very good day. If we have more breaking news, we will be coming back on the air to bring it to you live as soon as that information becomes available. You should also know that there have been earthquakes in the South Pacific, in the Fiji and Tonga Islands down there in the South Pacific today. There has been a 6.0 magnitude quake in the South Pacific. I am going to locate the information right now so I can show you that earthquake map. Also, the earthquake that was generated today was extensive with aftershocks. We've had probably several dozen aftershocks today as a result of the earthquake today. We also should report a 5.0 magnitude earthquake that happened up in Kobuk, Alaska. Kobuk, Alaska had a 6.0 earthquake this time, 6.3 magnitude earthquake this time last year. You see the blue dot here depicting the 5.0 earthquake that hit in Kobuk, Alaska today. This earthquake was approximately 2 miles in depth, or excuse me, 4 miles in depth. The earthquake here in Salt Lake City was approximately 11 kilometers, which is approximately 5 miles deep with this earthquake in Salt Lake City. So we had a 5.7 earthquake here in Salt Lake, a 5.0 in Kobuk, Alaska. We've had a 6.0 magnitude quake yesterday near Hihifo, Tonga. Yesterday it's 6.0, and there's since been a 4.9 and also a 4.5 magnitude earthquake near Fiji in the Fiji Islands. We've also had a very large, very strong 6.1 magnitude earthquake early this morning over in Sola, Vanuatu. Sola, Vanuatu, with a 6.1 magnitude quake there. Also a 5.5 magnitude quake hit over in Lata, Solomon Islands today. That was a very strong earthquake as well. And we had a 5.4 magnitude quake near Tobelo, Indonesia in the South Pacific. This earthquake is in central Indonesia. Again, we have highlighted it with a blue dot. Those are the major earthquakes that have hit today. As you can see, there's several other earthquakes around the map. We've had some earthquakes still over here in Puerto Rico, where you see our cursor right now. We've had minor earthquakes over here in Hawaii, the latest being a 3.2 magnitude earthquake in the East Rift Zone, where we had fissures open up last year during the actually 2018, excuse me, not last year, it was 2018 when we had the eruption of Kilauea, and we had 24 fissures that opened up all the way down. The 24th one was down in the Leilani Estates area, where we had the 3.2 earthquake today. The 3.2 earthquake is just a small earthquake. 3.0 to 3.9 is considered a small earthquake. Also today in California, we've had numerous earthquakes starting up in the geysers area, Sonoma County, California, where the geysers is a geothermal electrical generating power plant where a man is drilled into the surface of the earth to pull steam out of the Clear Lake volcano to power turbines to generate electricity for 4 electrical power plants or power companies actually in Northern California. We've also had another earthquake over in Bridgeport, California, a minor 2.7 earthquake there. Going further south over along the San Andreas Fault, we've had a 2.7 magnitude earthquake, another minor earthquake near San Juan Bautista, California, and also along the San Andreas Fault, a 2.7 minor quake in the what they call the Pinnacles in California, which is a volcanic area. And also they have fracking going on in that general area as well, which may have been responsible for that 2.7 earthquake today. Ridgecrest also was hit by a 2.8 magnitude earthquake. Ridgecrest has continually been hit by minor earthquakes since they had the large 6.9s and 7.1 magnitude earthquakes last July 4th in Ridgecrest, California. These are aftershocks from the Ridgecrest quake. And that whole area along the Mojave Desert area is continuing to be hit. Now this USGS map does not do the earthquakes justice here, because we have probably close to 100 earthquakes here in the Mojave Desert. And the USGS map does not show those earthquakes, but we have nearly 100 earthquakes here in the Mojave Desert, and the surrounding areas too have earthquakes. We have earthquakes today being reported up here in Northwest Washington and in Oregon as well. We show an earthquake today in Caldwell, Kansas, a small 3.0 magnitude earthquake. That was as a result of fracking operations in Kansas and Oklahoma. This whole area of Kansas and Oklahoma has over 350,000 drill points, meaning oil and fracking drill points. And those have resulted in earthquakes in the Kansas and Oklahoma areas, as well in Texas. We've had numerous earthquakes over here in Southwest Texas, around Mentone, Texas, and Pecos, Texas, all as a result of fracking. So anyway, that is our report to you today. We hope you have a great day. We look forward to having you join us today for a recap of seismic activity and also of COVID-19 coverage that we will continue to bring to you. We have some breaking news that there may be a increase in quarantine activity throughout the United States, as possibly as early as tonight. I'm going to try to locate the latest information I have on that. I've got it right here. I'm going to read it to you as I got it. We are following up to verify this information. Heads up, WHO has put out information that the Washington, D.C. Department of Homeland Security has shared this, currently mobilizing National Guard units across the United States for the next 30 days, and they will be working closely with first responders across all communities nationwide, possibly a minimum 1-week quarantine for all citizens and businesses. This is just a heads up. Everyone at home, please stock up and prepare for a possible 1-week quarantine where no one will be allowed to leave their homes except for walks of their dogs and contacting their immediate neighbors to make sure that their immediate neighbors are safe. Once troops are in place, they will be in abundance across the country, and they will be making the announcement of this possible quarantine if and when this does happen. But we wanted to bring that to you. We got that information approximately 1 hour ago today, that there may be a quarantine as early as tonight throughout the United States, and we'll bring more information to you as we get it. Approximately 15 minutes from now, the Coronavirus Task Force in Washington, D.C. will be holding a news conference 11:30 a.m. It should already be in progress in Washington, D.C. So that's what is going on right now as we speak. We hope you have a great day. If anything else happens, we'll be back here live on the air to bring it to you as soon as the information becomes available. Have a great one, folks. For Emergency Management Associates and the Freedom Revolution Network, this is Ron Tyler. Good day.